Yuri opened the door and slightly saw Shizune looking out the window. Yuri gave a light smile. "How are you feeling?" Yuri asked. Shizune gave Yuri a small glance from where she was laying in her bed. "I have a small headache, but I'm managing. I hope I don't take too long. I had hoped to see Naruto-kun before he left with Jiraiya-sama on his 2-year trip." Shizune replied. Yuri blinked. She remembered Naruto talking about that once when she spoke with him. So Shizune's memory was indeed coming back in pieces. "Oh, there's no need for that. I'm sure Naoi-chan will miss you, but for now, I think you should get some more rest. We'll be leaving for Konoha tonight. I'm sure you'll be able to get Naoi-chan a letter before he leaves," Yuri said. Shizune was confused by this girl. She didn't remember Naruto having any particular family that he spoke about, but maybe that was just her head playing tricks on her. "Ah yes, thank you. I guess I should get some sleep," Shizune said before she rested against the pillow. Yuri pulled the covers over Shizune and offered a small smile, but that smile slowly fell to a frown. Yuri watched the assistant to the Hokage sleep. XL. Kushina dragged Naruto up a tall hill. Naruto looked over the beaten path that they were walking. He couldn't tell what his mother was thinking, but he felt a nagging feeling in his gut that this was something that he would be surprised by. "Ka-chan, slow down. Where are we going?" Naruto asked. Kushina smirked at her son's question. Where she was taking him was a place that was sacred. It was a place that no one, not even Minato, had she ever shared with. Granted, with Minato, she had actually wanted to go, but circumstances had led to otherwise. She turned back to her son and gave him a smile. "You will see soon, Sochi. Where we are going is a place that will perhaps decide the course of our future," Kushina said. Naruto raised an eyebrow at his mother's words, but hearing the exuberance in her voice, he couldn't help but be caught up in it. He just gave a light grin alongside her. Their footsteps made prints on the beaten path of dirt and stones. After about 10 minutes, Kushina had Naruto stop. Naruto gave a light pant. He leaned himself up and he noticed a wooden door covered by lines of luscious groves of plants and ferns. On that door was the crest of the Uzumaki clan. The symbol etched into the wood almost akin to a seal just in its nature. It kept something hidden, and Naruto didn't know what. Naruto reached out his hand for the door, almost drawn to it. It enticed him ever so longingly. It was like all of his hopes and dreams lay just beyond that door, and all it wanted was for Naruto to touch it. Naruto was ready to push it open, but a gentle hand from his mother stopped Naruto. He turned to her, and he found himself staring into his mother's lovely violet eyes. Strange, had his mother always been this beautiful? Had Naruto truly never thought about what he had in his life? He remembered how he got his mother back. He remembered what he had done. Would he have done it over again? He didn't know, but he had something right now. The second, but forever love in his life. Naruto raised his hand and caressed his mother's cheek. Kushina smiled as she felt the warm embrace of her son's forbidden touch. Honestly, she was a terrible mother, and yet she was attempting to perform the most sacred of sacred traditions, which had been passed down from their very first ancestors. Yet, Kushina couldn't deny this feeling of utter completion in her heart. A love that transcends the boundaries of the mortal understanding was their bidding. Kushina took her son's hand and gently placed her lips on them for a moment. "You feel it, don't you, Sochi? Because I can feel it. I can feel my heart pounding and my blood rising. Do you know why?" Kushina asked. Naruto could only shake his head. He didn't know why, but he knew that he was feeling the same way. Kushina smiled as she turned Naruto to the door. "Sochi, right here is the place where the first beginnings of Uzumaki marriage take place," Kushina said. Naruto widened his eyes as he looked back at the door in surprise. Kushina smiled at her son. Naruto's breath got stuck in his throat. Kushina turned to the door. "Sochi, how serious were you when you asked me that question?" Kushina asked. Naruto straightened up. "Well, Kaya-chan, we've been, dating or going out for I think either 6 or 7 months now. When I asked, I was fully prepared for what that meant. It meant I would always be there when you needed me. It meant that I would provide for you, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. It meant that I doubted I would ever find anyone quite like you, Kia-chan, Naruto said. Kushina flicked a hand across her eye. Sochi, for the Uzumaki, marriage is no game. We take it seriously. For other couples, if there are arguments or down the line you come to hate each other, then you can always separate and never see each other again. But there is nothing like that for us. Once married, we will stay that way for the rest of our lives. Perhaps the only reason I can do this with you is because I have never truly performed the ceremony. I had to come up with one for myself and Minato, but I never got to do it on our homeland, Kushina said. Inside is a small lake. There we're going to undress. You're going to wash me off, and I am going to wash you off. Then, we will just follow my lead, Databane, Kushina said. Naruto grinned cheekily as he touched his mother's shoulders. Databane. You're so cute when you're embarrassed, Kachan, Naruto remarked. Kushina's face lit up before she breathed a hard sigh. Just come place your hand on the door with me, Kushina said. Naruto chuckled and he placed his hand on the door, along with his mother. They pushed the wooden door open and stepped inside. The door slowly closed behind them. Naruto and Kushina walked through a large thicket of foliage. Kushina looked over some of the trees. She had heard many stories about this place growing up, and even she played with some kids kidding about going beyond it at some point. She never thought she would be doing it with her own son. There was one thing she didn't tell her son. It wasn't a coincidence that the Uzumaki clan landed on this amazing island. It was as if the island was made for them, just for their clan. Naruto pushed some of the branches to the side and stared out in the scenery. His mother described it as a lake, but it looked more like a pool than a lake. Had Naruto ever seen such blue water before? He wasn't sure he ever had. He could see the small glimmers of sunlight piercing the gray clouds, and he could heard some of the Uzushio wildlife announcing its existence. Our first settlers found this place. Here is most likely where the origin of Uzumaki clan Ninjutsu originated. It was rumored to be an accident. A man and woman fell into the water, and when they came out, an understanding about each other came forward. They were of one accord and one soul. They were so in tune that they were rumored to even hear each other's thoughts. They could communicate with each other for perhaps even 20 miles apart just by thought. So, ever since then, every Uzumaki marriage has been done through this water first, Kushina said. Naruto didn't know what to say. He couldn't have imagined the beginnings of his family having such an origin. He only looked down at the water. His reflection was looking back at himself. Wait, we're getting married right now? Naruto asked. Kushina looked at her son, amused. If I told you yes, she asked. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat. And nothing. I was just told that, this was supposed to be like some huge celebration thing that everyone would know about. That's all. The way we get married doesn't matter to me as long as it matters to you, Kachan, Naruto remarked. Kushina gently grinned and then kissed her son on the cheek. She then stabbed her finger at his chest. Well, you're in luck, Databane. No, this isn't the actual marriage ceremony, Sochi. Trust me, you'll know when it is. Think of this as our engagement, pre-engagement ritual, Kushina said. Naruto just breathed a small sigh of relief. Not that he didn't think he wasn't ready to start a true relationship with his mother, but he kind of wanted it to be a little grander than this. Not that there was anything wrong with this, but Naruto's point was... Naruto paused from his thoughts when he felt his mother behind him. She rested her arms on his shoulders. For the Uzumaki, Sochi, the joining of mind, body, spirit, and soul is the most personal act that an Uzumaki can give to their spouse. Sochi, when you were born, you were the most precious thing to me in this world. You are still to these very seconds the most precious thing I have. If you can see yourself having a true future with me of all people, then I can too, Kushina said. Naruto said nothing as he watched Kushina slowly grab the folds of his shirt. Naruto closed his eyes and held up his arms. Kushina pulled her son's shirt over his head and then gently placed it on the grass. Naruto, only having his t-shirt on, turned and faced his mother. Kushina looked into her son's eyes as she grabbed his t-shirt. She then pulled it over his head and dropped it to the grass, leaving her to look over the marvelous work of her son's upper body. It was a body that Kushina had a hand in cultivating. How funny that when she thought about it, she had been cultivating aspects of her future husband in her own son. The world was a funny place. Kushina brushed her hands over Naruto's firm chest. She could feel his body heat radiate through her hands. Naruto took a calm breath as he watched his mother examine his body almost like she was in a trance. Naruto didn't want to interrupt her musings. My son is going to be my husband, Kushina thought to herself. She felt like she couldn't breathe. Her chest felt tight. Yet, she remembered this feeling. She remembered this otherworldly feeling. She remembered this feeling of completion. She had it with Minato one time, but it never felt like this. It never felt like this binding of spirit and soul. Kushina knelt down and unbuckled Naruto's pants. Naruto trembled as Kushina pulled down his pants and then his boxers, which left him utterly exposed to her. Kushina stared at her son's hardness. She, a mother, was looking at her son's body in a sexual manner. Many would probably damn her for this. Some would protest in disgust, and perhaps she would even be ridiculed for it. Some would call her immoral, stupid, sick, and other horrible names, but Kushina couldn't deny that there was something her son gave her more than any other man. Kushina placed his pants and his boxers away near his other clothes. Kushina then stood up and faced her son. She could see a boundless love in his eyes directed at her, and only her for the time being. Kushina touched Naruto's cheek and grazed his whisker marks. Naruto took her hand and kissed it. Trust and believed he was embarrassed as all hell, but this was his mother. One person he trusted above all else. All right, Sochi, now it's your turn. Look at me, the person who is going to be by your side until the very ends of time, Kushina said. It was a little corny, she admitted, but it was no less the truth. Naruto leaned forward and grabbed his mother's cheeks. Without a word, he captured her lips in a soft kiss which told him that this would only be the true start to a fulfilling life. Others might not think so, but Naruto had grown up too long caring about the people's opinions of him. Naruto maneuvered around Kushina and slowly unbuttoned her shirt. He could feel her heart pounding, but the content smile on her face motivated him further. Naruto pulled Kushina's shirt over her head. Her hair flapped down like a sea of red silk. Naruto loved this hair so much. He picked up a couple of strands and kissed them. How could anyone hate this hair? It's so vibrant, just like you, Kaya-chan, Naruto said. Kushina's face brightened up at her son's words. Naruto then looked over his mother's t-shirt. He took that off as well, which left Kushina's upper half with only her black cotton bra. Naruto released a sigh. Still so beautiful, this body. He could stare at it for the rest of his life, and if this act was any indication, then he would be staring at it for the rest of his life. Naruto unclasped Kushina's bra and gently brought the straps off her shoulders. Naruto threw the article of clothing to the ground, which released his mother's breasts. Naruto could see the stiffened areolas of his mother, confirming her arousal, but he didn't move to entice her. This act was considered a pure one, a cleansing and joining of the body, soul, and spirit. Naruto had a feeling this was meant to be taken seriously. You're beautiful, Kachan, Naruto said. Kushina's breath hitched at the comment. It's something that from now on you're the only one who's going to see it, Sochi, Kushina said as Naruto dropped down. He grabbed his mother's pants and then slid them down. He admired the creamy texture of her thighs. Kami, was he falling in love with his mother all over again? He held the pants down and Kushina slipped from them. Naruto placed them with the rest of her clothes. He then decided to waste no more time and gently pulled down his mother's lower undergarments. Her glorious bottom stared at his face as she was fully exposed before her son. Naruto stood to his feet and moved from behind his mother to in front of her. Mother and son stood at the bank of the pool bare before each other and the entire world. Kushina admired her son's body, and Naruto was captivated by his mother's beauty. Kushina closed her eyes and smiled. She grabbed her son's hand. Both walked into the water. Naruto shivered. It was kind of cold. For being a pool, it wasn't that deep as the water only came to Naruto and Kushina's waist level. Still, that was beside the point. Once both were in the center of the pool, Kushina turned to face her son. She wrapped her arms around his waist, and Naruto reciprocated her actions. "Now then, Sochi, repeat after me once I am finished," Kushina said. Naruto slowly nodded. He watched Kushina pick up a washing cloth. She dipped the cloth in the water and then grabbed Naruto's arm. She washed it. "My heart is your heart. My will is your will," Kushina said as she washed Naruto's left arm and then his right. "I am not complete without you. Your will shall become my will. Your enemies are my enemies. Your friends are my friends. What you love, I will cherish. What saddens you angers me." Kushina then followed as she watched his neck, and then followed down to his spine. Naruto felt the clothes on his body. He could feel his mother's breath against his flesh as she washed the water from the pool on his body. "My chakra is your chakra. My spirit is your spirit. When others turn against you, I will always be at your side. You are the one that I bless. Come joy or pain, come prosperity or famine, I will never leave your side. May this water bind us just as the sky is bound to the earth," Kushina said as she washed her son's stomach and then gently washed his firm legs. Naruto's breath hitched when she touched his penis. She missed no crevice of his body. Naruto became enthralled by her words. "By my blood, I know the end of time will come before I separate from you," Kushina said as she finished washing her son's face. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, released from the bliss he had been feeling. He looked at his mother and she smiled at him. "This I solemnly swear upon my Uzumaki blood to become your spouse, Database," Kushina said before handing Naruto the cloth. "Your turn," Kushina said. Naruto glanced at the cloth, and then his mother. He looked back at the cloth and tightened it in his hands. Naruto gently placed the cloth in the water. The cool liquid stung his hand. He pulled the cloth out and took a deep breath. Clearly he was moved by the words of his mother through his pupil. He pressed the cloth into the skin of her cheek. He truly loved this woman. "My heart is your heart. My will is your will," Naruto said as he gently brushed the wet cloth over his mother's face. He traced her neckline with it after that. "I am not complete without you. Your will shall become my will. Your enemies are my enemies. Your friends are my friends. What you love I will cherish. What saddens you angers me," Naruto said as he washed Kushina's arms. Kushina panted heavily at her son's delicate touch of her body. Its hot touch in combination with the cold of the water filled her body. Forgive her if her breasts felt that excitement. Naruto had easily seen this, but he kept his mind on his objective. He washed down her spinal column and the front of her toned stomach. "My chakra is your chakra. My spirit is your spirit. When others turn against you, I will always be at your side. You are the one that I bless. Come joy or pain, come prosperity or famine, I will never leave your side. May this water bind us just as the sky is bound to the earth," Naruto said as he washed his mother's legs. Kushina sighed blissfully, pushing down the urge to have her son make love to her right now. But this was a sacred act and it had to be treated as such. Still, Kushina wasn't without limits as she felt Naruto rub the swollen lips of her nether region for a while. Kushina bit her lower lip in response. "By my blood, I know the end of time will come before I separate from you," Naruto said as he washed his mother's feet. He then slowly stood and traced the cloth through her bright red hair. "This I solemnly swear upon my Uzumaki blood to become your spouse, Databeo," Naruto said with a grin. Kushina gently opened her eyes. She grabbed her son's face and in the pool of water both kissed by their family traditions. A bond of mother and son had turned into that of future wife and husband. Both gasped as a small light came from over the water. This stopped their kiss for the time being, as Naruto and Kushina watched the light glow even brighter. Naruto could tell that this light was heating the water because his skin was burning. It wasn't blazing hot, but it was a tad discomforting. That said, Naruto and Kushina were surprised when the light faded about as fast as it appeared. The heat from the water was gone, and the pool settled back to its cold waves. "Kaya-chan, what was that?" Naruto asked. Kushina looked down at her wrist and smiled. "Our engagement," she said. Naruto turned to her in surprise, and she showed him the seal on her wrist. Naruto looked at his left wrist and noticed the same seal on his wrist as well. By how the rumors go, the seals are now in their youngest state. The seals describe our commitment to this engagement. I never understood it as a child, but I think I am getting it now. The seals were designed to expand the longer we stayed committed to this. In 2 months they will fully mature, and that will be the sign that we can truly begin our journey. "Sochi," Kushina said. Naruto glanced back at the seal on his wrist. He didn't understand all the details, but from his mother's words then these seals showed their commitment to each other. And until 2 months had passed, then he would have to continually show his want for this engagement. Naruto was more than up to the challenge. If that's the case, then we've got this in the bag, Kao-chan," Naruto said. Kushina scratched her cheek. "Sochi, I think it's time that you, since you're now my soon-to-be spouse, stop calling me Kaya-chan and start calling me by my real name," Kushina said with a light blush. Naruto's face contorted for just a moment, but he brought it back to normals. "Hey Kushina, we've got this in the bag," Naruto asked a little awkwardly. It felt a tad strange to just shift over to his mother's name. Kushina just smiled at the attempt. It was perhaps a lot easier for her since she could call her son by his name whenever she pleased. "Well, there is one stipulation to this engagement as well," Naruto Kushina said. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Kushina cleared her throat before she answered Naruto's unasked question. Naruto's eyes widened as his mouth dropped. "Say what?" Naruto hollered over the pool of water as Kushina rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. XL. Night swiftly came over the land of eddies. Yuri walked into what she dubbed the private room, which was really a room for Naruto, and whichever person was sleeping with him for the night, whether it be Kushina, Yuri, or Yura. Though Yuri really wished that her sister had used the room at least once with Naruto. Yuri noticed Naruto at the foot of the bed. He had just strapped his shoes to his feet. As it stood, they were all ready to return. "Yo, Yuri-chan." "Ready to go?" Naruto asked. Yuri gave a soft smile and a nod. "Everyone's packed." Amari said that she was going to check on everyone else at the hospital. "You'll train me right now, Chan?" Yuri asked. Naruto gave her a wide grin. "Damn right I will. Now then, let's go. We have to complete our mission as well as successfully return you, Shizune-nikan and Iro-o-san," Naruto said. Naruto quickly noticed Yuri's smile deflate. If only a tad. "Neri-chan, about Shizune-san. I don't think she's ready to go just yet," Yuri said. Naruto's face quickly went from passive to worried. He took note of the worried look in Yuri's eyes and stood to his feet. "What's the matter? Is she still having memory loss?" Naruto asked. Yuri shook her head. "No, it's not that. She just tries to be by herself now. This morning she was up and fine, a bit drowsy and disoriented, but fine. Now she barely answers my questions and things like that. I'm just worried about her," Yuri said. Naruto could see the look in Yuri's eyes. She looked very concerned. Both Naruto and Yuri noticed the door open. Kushina came through the door. "Are we all prepared?" Kushina asked. She took note of the expressions on Yuri's face and Naruto's face. "What's the matter?" Kushina asked. Naruto took a deep breath before he spoke. "Kushina, Yuri-chan doesn't think now is a good time for Shizune-kan to go, Naruto said. Kushina rose an eyebrow, and Yuri quickly gave Kushina the rundown as she had given Naruto. Kushina had been a bit puzzled. Since she and Naruto had returned from their little tradition, she had plenty of times to notice Shizune. Kushina didn't think she missed anything, though she could very well have been dead wrong. I see. Unfortunately, all we can do right now is return to Konoha. Tell Tsunade and have her look Shizune over. I asked Garen to only give us this much time to get ourselves situated. I think we can all assume that while Shino-sensei does good work, Tsunade would still be the best choice for Shizune, Kushina reasoned. Yuri wasn't as convinced as she would have liked to be, but a pat on her shoulder from Naruto made her smile. Keika, Kushina's right, Yuri. Maybe that's what Shizune-kan needs at the moment, Naruto said. Yuri just sighed and nodded. She really hoped that was the case, but she couldn't get rid of the angsty feeling in her chest. Yuri just tried her best to not look too disappointed. She just nodded as happy as she could. So, anyone going to tell me when Noe-chan started calling Kushina-san by her first name? Yuri asked. Kushina gave a knowing glance at Naruto, who blushed and found the window to be an interesting thing to look at for the moment. I'll tell you when we get back to the main house. Let's just say that. I got my son before you did, Kushina said. Yuri glanced between Naruto and Kushina. The wide grin on Kushina's face and the blush on Naruto's cheeks. Yuri widened her eyes. What, you, how, when, that, did, you, both, what? Yuri said asked. Naruto slowly pushed Yuri out of the door, as Yuri pointed accusingly at Naruto and Kushina. You haven't beaten me yet, Databayan? Yuri shouted from down the hall, as Naruto continued pushing her. This was done to Kushina's amusement of the fact. Even now she could hear the questions Yuri fired off at Naruto. No doubt her fiancé was going to have a tough time with that one. After about 10 minutes, Kushina walked down the stairs. She had all of her things packed as well. Upon entering the living room, she took notice of Yuri holding Naruto back his shirt's collar as she swung him back and forth, asking various questions. Kushina noticed Shizuku off to the side, laughing her ass off at Naruto's misfortune. Lastly, Kushina's eyes settled on Ibisu and Shizune. Both of them looked like they had seen better days. They were watching the display between Yuri and Naruto rather weakly. Kushina could see the strained smiles they put up, and she was sure that even Yuri and Naruto noticed them, but tried to keep their minds distracted for the moment, which Kushina appreciated. Kushina didn't mean to sound like she was unconcerned, because she was. But they had a timetable, and Kushina stood by her statement that Tsunade and even Inoichi would better handle them than perhaps Shino was capable of. All right, Yuri, that's enough. I said I would explain later. Now, would you please let Naruto have some air before I become a widow before I'm married, Kushina remarked. Shizune and Ibisu widened their eyes as they looked at Kushina. Shizune hadn't heard that Kushina was getting married. Then again, everything started coming back to her just a couple of hours ago. Yes, everything. Shizune would have liked to ask the unknown question in her head, but her mouth wouldn't open. She could feel her guilt weighing down on her. She was happy that Yuri had tried so hard to get her to open up, but Shizune knew that she couldn't. This was a sin that she would have to face by herself. She knew that if Yuri, Naruto, or even Kushina knew what she was thinking before she got to Konoha, then all hell would break loose. It wasn't that Shizune didn't appreciate any thoughts of well-being, but that was beside the point. You are all right, Shizune-san, Ibisu-san. If you have any concerns about going, then I would like you to address them to me now, Kushina said. Naruto gave a light grin when he heard his mother say that, so she was concerned as well. That gave Naruto a little bit of comfort. He just gave a small grin, but he didn't speak. However, he was concerned when he saw Ibisu and Shizune look at each other, and he was even more concerned when Shizune spoke. We're ready to go, Kushina-san. There are no problems from us, Shizune said with a strained smile. Naruto knew better than perhaps anyone the need to smile, even when there was nothing to be happy about. His eyes narrowed. "Are you two lying to me?" Naruto asked. Kushina and Yuri glanced at Naruto, who gave them both a hard look. Shizune and Ibisu faltered. If it was to Kushina or Yuri, then they could play it off, but not to their lord and master. Ibisu and Shizune held their heads down as Yuri allowed Naruto to go free. "And you guys were going to lie to Kushina, my spouse." "I thought of all people you would never lie to me, Shizune-kun," Naruto said in a rather hard tone that everyone was surprised by. Ibisu and Shizune gasped when Naruto announced his updated status with his mother to them both. Shizune, in particular, was rather floored. "And Naruto, please tell me you aren't serious. You're going to marry your own mother?" Shizune asked, but she flinched when Naruto's eyes hardened. Not the way he would have liked to introduce that, but this wasn't about him. Not by a long shot. "Don't change the subject, Shizune. Nikan. I know you better than that. This isn't about me. I can see it in your eyes, Nichan. You're sad, guilty, and you're confused. But I also see that you and the closet pervert over there made up your minds to do something. I just don't know what that is. I know because they were the same eyes I had growing up. They were the eyes that felt like I had nothing left to hang on to. They were the eyes that made me actually consider meeting my parents on more than one occasion," Naruto explained, which got a stunned expression out of everyone present, especially Kushina. Naruto didn't focus on them. "So tell me what you're thinking, Nichan, willingly, or I won't hesitate to order you to do it," Naruto said. Shizune and Ibisu glanced at each other. Shizune released a sigh. Shikio-sama, you have to understand. No matter the village that a person resides in, there are always duties to uphold, and actions to be accounted for, no matter the situation. The same is true for even Ibisu-san and myself," Shizune said. Yuri swallowed the lump in her throat as Kushina narrowed her eyes. Naruto frowned as Shizune choked on her words. Her throat was dry. Shinobi and kunoichi are meant to set an example, in both the good times and the unpleasant times. If you want to be Hokage Shikio-sama, then that is something you are going to have to learn, Shizune said, or rather choked out. Naruto's eyes hardened and his spiritual pressure slowly began to cover the room, which made Shizune and Ibisu shiver. Both had never been before Naruto this way. Us mere souls to the one who summoned the god of all spirits. What? But you both are awesome examples. I don't understand what you feel you have to take responsibility for, Yuri remarked. Shizune couldn't find the will to truly speak anymore, so Ibisu figured that it fell on him to speak. Your words are appreciated, Yuri-san. But this isn't about being awesome, and there is plenty to take responsibility for. So Shizune-san and I got together before the packing and decided that. Ibisu blinked when Yuri cut him off. But that's what I mean. There is nothing that you guy have to take responsibility for, Datbayan. If anything, the only thing I see here is that you guys are just... No one was ready for Shizune to shot her head up and fill the house with her voice in anguish. Her guilt was a tidal wave of emotion that drowned everyone that was in reach of her voice. We broke Yuri, Shizune uttered her highest. Yuri widened her eyes and shivered over Shizune's tone. Shizuku glanced between the opposing parties, kind of happy to not be in the middle of it all. Kushina just kept firm. Naruto. His face was blank, which was a tad strange, as Naruto was normally the epitome of emotion. Ibisu looked off to the side in shame. Shizune's tears stained the carpeted floors. No one spoke. I remember everything. I remember everything I said. I told them about our guard detail. I told them about every patient's medical records that I have observed. I told them about the Anbu files and which ones had a certain skill set. I told them about how Kushina-san got revived. I told them about Naruto and Yuri-chan's Jinchuriki status. Naruto. I even told them that Konoha had attempted to have you expelled from the land of fire. 2 times, Shizune said. Ibisu looked down at the ground as Yuri widened her eyes. Kushina blinked in disbelief. Shizuku gawked. But the most impacted person was Naruto, who felt a deep weight come over his body. "What?" Naruto asked. He didn't think he heard the words that came out of Shizune's mouth correctly. He was almost expelled from Konoha. What did he do? He had given his all to Konoha. What would he have to be expelled for? "What do you mean expelled?" Naruto asked lowly, his voice just barely above a snarl. Shizune shivered underneath his aura, but no one was ready for a full blast of killer intent to wash over the room. Everyone turned around and noticed Kushina, not pleased. "One bit?" "Explain. Now," Kushina ordered. Shizune and Ebisu choked underneath the pressure, and Shizuku wasn't faring any better. Yuri took a step back, but even her anger was noticeable. Neither could believe this. Least of all Kushina, her son had almost been expelled from Konoha. Twice? Why hadn't Tsunade informed her of this? Why did they keep this a secret? Kushina was furious. Her body felt like it was burning from her rage. A hand touched her shoulder. Kushina turned and met Naruto's eyes. He silently begged her to let him handle the issue. Kushina's brows furrowed, but she directed her gaze elsewhere, and the pressure stopped, which left Naruto standing before Shizune and Ebisu. "What do you mean I was almost expelled? What did I do?" Naruto asked. Shizune sighed. Cage. Quote, "Character cannot be developed in ease and quiet. Only through experience of trial and suffering can the soul be strengthened, ambition inspired, and success achieved." By Helen Keller. Naruto was oddly silent the week that he had left from the land of eddies. Kushina had forgone him using his jutsu to get them back to the village faster so he could have his thoughts together. Naruto really didn't like the added time to himself, but Kushina and Yuri had been more than accommodating to him. Days they walked he spent lost in his thoughts, and nights he spent tossing and turning in his tent. For those weeks back to Konoha, Naruto hadn't spoken to neither Shizune nor Ebisu, and both could feel Naruto's energy swirling around his body wildly, almost as if a raging inferno had seeped into his body. He felt like he could barely contain the hurt, anger, and sadness he felt from these moments. Perhaps the only reason he hadn't poured it in and outright demanded for Tsunade to acknowledge these things was because Yuri and Kushina had stopped him from doing so. Naruto was sure that he would have to thank them both for that later, but for right now he could hardly contain this anger. He doubted he would call it hate, but there was definitely a sense of betrayal that had come to his spirit. It was a sense that everyone could feel, no more than Kushina and Yuri. Kushina's steps were stamped into the ground as she quietly walked alongside Naruto with Yuri on his other side. Like her fiancé, Kushina was filled with anger as well, and it constantly pained her that Naruto was battling so many thoughts and emotions. But Kushina knew her fiancé was a strong one, because Naruto was of her body, and she would have to start trusting that he would do the right thing, even if he was as hot-headed as she was. However, by no means was Kushina going to let this slide. Kushina was going to get clearer answers for this. Naruto was nearly expelled from Konoha. Twice. Kushina was not going to let that go, not by a long shot. Through it all, Yuri glanced at both, and she were honest, then she felt more than a little conflicted. Granted, she hadn't ever been to Konoha for long, so she didn't have a lot of attachments to the place. But it was the place where Naruto had grown up. Up until this point, the many stories he told her of Konoha, and there was never a bad thing that came from his lips about it. Yuri had come to appreciate Konoha as it was the place that had raised her brother, but to learn of these transpired events had left Yuri angry, confused and saddened that Naruto had gotten so close to be expunged from the place that he had loved so much. It honestly made Yuri wonder just what she and everyone else were fighting for. But the thing that hurt the most, Shizune and Ebisu had kept it from her. Even as they smiled at her, they had known about this incident, and that was something Yuri couldn't stand, no matter the reasons. With time, the group finally saw the sight of Konoha, and Naruto couldn't help giving a frown when he saw the village that had been his own home for the past 16 years. He didn't know what to think of the place he loved now. Granted, life was hard in Konoha for him growing up, so why did he feel even more isolated than before? He wasn't sure he liked where some of these feelings were going. Naruto felt a gentle hand on his shoulder, and he turned to see his moth fiancé looking at him with a mixture of sadness, yet tenderness. Naruto truly loved that about her. Remember Naruto? She is still the Hokage and leader of the village, but nevertheless, that will not stop me, stop all of us, from being at your side. We made that vow together, and I know that when the time comes, you will make it with Yuri-chan and Yura-chan as well, Kushina said, and Naruto sighed as he looked back at the village. I think this is partly my fault, Kushina. I held Konoha to a pedestal because it was my village. I think nearly every shinobi does that for their village, you know. I think I now see why Iro Sennin couldn't find the answer to peace. I guess I'm the prime example of that. Humanity never wants to be wrong. I thought Konoha was the greatest village in the world for anyone to live in, from its green trees to the warm sun that rises above the village. But I see I was wrong. Konoha is just as human as every other nation. I kind of see actually how Konoha created people like Orochimaru, or people like Itachi. Honestly, Kushina, for the very first time in my life, I think me becoming a shinobi was a mistake, Datbeo, Naruto said, and Kushina's gaze hardened. No, a voice exclaimed, which caused Naruto and Kushina to turn around to see Yuri glaring at him. Don't say that, Nai-chan. If you hadn't become a shinobi, we might have never met. I have no idea what would have happened to me and Yura-nikin if you hadn't saved us. Don't throw away what that means to me so easily, Yuri said, and Naruto fully turned to face her. He could actually see her just fighting off the tears from leaving her eyes, and Naruto just smiled. He then grabbed Yuri's hands and kissed them both. Yuri's cheeks flushed before Naruto stared into her eyes. Yeah, that's right, isn't it, Yuri-chan? Sorry about that. I didn't mean it like that. Of course, I love you and Yura-chan more than I could begin to describe, Databeo. Knowing what I know now, if I had to go back in time and do this all over again, then I would do it all over again. I'm just wondering where all of this is taking us, but I could never regret it, Naruto said, and Yuri gave him a wide grin, showing her clean white teeth. She then followed with a quick kiss to Naruto's cheek. That's better. Now then, let's go. I want to go home and see how Guren-san, Fuka-san, and Yukimaru-kun are doing, Yuri said, and Naruto quickly agreed while Kushina gave a light smile. She could see the smile on her son-fiancé's, and she knew that Naruto would be fine, though she didn't think for a second that this changed anything with Konoha, because there were going to be answers for this. Everyone walked towards the village, which had Shizune and Ibisu holding bated breaths. The walls got higher and higher. For the first time, Shizune actually felt her guilt getting larger and larger, along with her fears of Tsunade and what laid ahead, but as a kunoichi, she had to lead an example for others to follow, and that even meant giving her life. Shizune and Ibisu were both ready for what that meant, though this didn't help them much as both could feel their chests getting tighter and tighter. Naruto saw this out of the corner of his eye, and then frowned. He then turned to the left, surprising everyone. Come this way. We might as well Baya-chan's other entrance, Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow at this. Kushina hadn't gotten word of another entrance, but she and the others followed Naruto as they circled around the massive arc of the village. It had taken Shizune a bit of time, but she figured out where Naruto was taking them, and she was surprised that Naruto had somehow discovered it, as she had never heard Tsunade ever mentioning this entrance to the Hinoken team. Naruto, where are you taking us? Kushina asked, and Naruto quickly pushed some tree branches out of the way, and everyone noticed a door on the far side of Konoha's walls. I remember Kakashi-sensei talking about this door one time to me during our time off. He said that the Anbu don't have the luxury of going through the front gates like standard shinobi, so they have doors like these as entry points for them. Apparently, Baya-chan was planning to give us this one for a mission like this, Naruto said, answered, and Kushina slowly nodded before everyone walked up to the door. Naruto grabbed the handle and opened the door. Everyone stepped through the door from the outside, and without a word, they stood before a trio of Ambu Black Ops members. Naruto could tell by their stance that they were ready to attack at a moment's notice. Hinoken member, Uzumaki Naruto, returning to Konohagakure with Hinoken captain Uzumaki Kushina, for mission. Ooh. Kushina shook her head as she watched her son make an attempt at the numbers. But truth be told, she didn't really care either way. Missions Idar 345, FLW. Just let us pass so we can see the goddamn Hokage, Kushina said, steel in her tone that the Ambu were surprised by. The trio didn't speak for a moment as they assessed Kushina's words with their own thoughts. The head Ambu finally waved his team away, and the two Ambu at his side walked off to go about their own business. Acknowledged, Hinoken team. You may enter, the Ambu said, and he watched Kushina along with Naruto escort the others through the door. The Ambu had to admit that he did find it strange that when Ibisu and Shizune walked past him, they looked like that had over 1,000 years of regret on their faces. He didn't have the time to address his thoughts, though, as the group had already vanished from his sight. Following a long corridor of halls and rooms, Naruto opened up one of the doors, which led to the outside of the intersection of the village. The rest of his group passed through along with him, and Naruto closed the door. They all stood just along the sides of a railing, the village below them. It gave them such a wide view over the places that they could see. He turned to face his village. For once, he couldn't tell if he was happy to be back in Konoha or not. He looked at the houses, and he could see some of the villagers pass, unsuspectingly of him being back in the village. They had no idea how hard he and others fought to keep them safe. Naruto was sure civilians, and even most shinobi would never know what the definition of sacrifice truly meant. I'm starting to think like Sasuke Timi. Naruto couldn't help giving into that thought. He just shook his head. Come on, let's go see Baya-chan and get this over with. We have Yuri-chan's training in the morning, Naruto said. Yuri gave a quick nod and a smile, though the group could tell that her smile wasn't as pleased as she might have wanted it to be. Yeah. And Iro Oji's gonna give me my reward when I win Databayan, Yuri announced. Naruto and Kushina blinked before they gave Ibisu a glance, and Ibisu looked a bit embarrassed as he started to recall that he might have said something like that. Luckily for him, no one decided to comment, as Naruto had merely deemed it fit for them to continue forward. It was late for Konoha with them getting back, so Naruto and Kushina led the way for the team. Ibisu and Shizune were perhaps still recovering, so Naruto and Kushina elected to take the journey easy on them. No rooftop jumps were made for the duration of the walk. In time, Naruto's eyes zoned in on the Hokage mansion. Naruto mentally chuckled, which awoke Kyuubi from his mild slumber. You must think I'm a real idiot now, right? All that claiming to be Hokage and everything. Now I feel like every single thing I've worked for has just been thrown right back in my face, Naruto said, and Kyuubi slowly grumbled to himself. He then stood up on all fours and stretched his body. Well, I've always thought you were an idiot. Really, you're still an idiot, Kyuubi said, and Naruto resisted the urge to scowl at the furball for his unneeded words. However, you are one of those few humans that I believe has given a lot the good of many people, as disgusting as it is. What you have experienced is still the thing called life. Life, brat. That is never going to change. If you're asking for my opinion in the matter, the position of Hokage was always too small a goal for someone like you, Naruto. Naruto faltered in his step, which didn't go unnoticed by everyone. Naruto gave a slow stop. Too small a goal? What are you talking about? It's one of the most important positions in not only Konoha, but also the shinobi world. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked, and Kyuubi gave a hard sigh, slightly irritated with having to provide an explanation. Don't make me repeat myself, you idiot. It means what I said. You have too much potential to be confined to this village, and I'm sure everyone around knows it, and if there is one thing history, or the people of history, have always done for those with too much potential, Naruto, is two things. Kyuubi said, and Naruto frowned as he brought his mind to remember all of this information as best he could. People have either tried to wipe the person out because they fear that potential, or they embrace it, and it looks like your village has decided to choose the former. All humans are like that, and that will never change, brat. Because humanity will always fear change, Kyuubi said before going silent as the nine-tailed fox had enough of this talk for the day. Naruto just stood in the middle of the streets. He had no idea that when he stopped, everyone else did as well and watched him. Ibisu and Shizune were indeed curious to Naruto's halt of their progress, but neither was going to look a gift horse in the mouth, as it would give them the time to help settle their minds. On the opposite end, Yuri and Kushina could see the way Naruto focused on the ground, or more specifically, his thoughts. He seemed to tune them all out as his mind wandered. Yuri couldn't begin to express her worries upon the sight of the way her brother acted. "Nari-chan?" Yuri tested by calling out to Naruto, and everyone watched Naruto glance at them. He gave them a wide smile. Sorry about that. I was just thinking a bit too much." "Let's get moving," Naruto said as he walked past the group, but a gentle hand from Kushina stopped her son. "Is there something you would like to talk about?" she asked, and Naruto sighed before he turned back to her. "At the house, Kushina. I'll tell you and Yuri-chan there." "Come on, let's go see Bashan," Naruto remarked, and Kushina decided to drop it with those words. She knew better than to push her son when he didn't want to be pushed. He had told her that he would explain when they got home, and she would just have to hold him to those words. So, the group continued in their walk, with Naruto mildly distracted for the walk in its duration. Yuri couldn't help stealing glances at Naruto from time to time in worry. She really didn't like when Naruto kept his thoughts from them. She especially didn't like it now, as with these new revelations coming to her notice. The only thing she had left to hold on to was that Naruto said he would explain it to them once they got home. Yuri couldn't help but feeling that these were going to be some trying minutes. "No matter what happens, I will always stand at your side, Nari-chan," Yuri said as the entire group kept walking. Yuri gave one last look at the Hawkage mansion as it got bigger and bigger. Yuri couldn't tell where this sudden sense of dread was coming from. XL. Tsunade sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose. She was still getting around to completing the last remains of her paperwork, and it was not going as smoothly as she had wished. Over the past couple of weeks, she hadn't been able to focus entirely, as losing Shizune had put Tsunade in a rather slump of sorts. Tsunade, for once, had been grateful for the work, as it had taken her mind off things. She hadn't touched her Sake collection, as she was sure that was just going to free her mind to remember things that she didn't want to watch. What followed that was also the reports of Naruto's team being caught. Tsunade supposed it was a saving grace that Gurren and the rest of her team had come back with at least some fortunate news. But apparently only Naruto and Kushina would be the returning members from Hinoken, as the others were bedridden back on Uzushio. Tsunade didn't know who was caring for the team, but she was sure that Kushina was having it handled in the most appropriate manner. Hot-headed and temperamental the redhead was, but she still had that sense of duty that she always fulfilled. That was just one of the many reasons Tsunade liked Kushina. Yet, at this moment, Tsunade honestly now felt how she assumed some of her patients felt. She felt rather powerless. She couldn't even be there to save Shizune, only hoping that the gods would grant her some unknown favor and would bestow whatever mercy on her to return Shizune to her. And if by chance they didn't, then Tsunade was sure that when her time came, she would never be able to look Shizune and Dan in their eyes for her utter failure. Tsunade wasn't sure she could handle it, as she couldn't help recalling all of those times that she and Shizune had spent together. Tsunade at the time had given a humorless chuckle as she found out now just how much Shizune truly meant to her. It even surprised her in that regard, how much she had taken Shizune for granted at times. Because of her, Shizune never had a stable relationship. Shizune couldn't start the family that Tsunade knew the woman wanted. Tsunade sighed as she stopped writing and massaged her temples. It was getting late, and she would have to get up early to continue with the next assignments. Tsunade took a deep breath and stretched her back. Then, A knock on the door came. What now? Haven't I got enough to worry about? The goddess asked herself, but she knew she couldn't turn down any true responsibilities. So, much to her chagrin, she spoke. Entrance granted. The door opened, and Sunaid widened her eyes as large mop of blonde hair sailed past her eyes, followed by a sea of red hair. Each person flooded the room, which got Sunaid's eyes bigger and bigger before the prime candidate came through, which, Sunaid would admit, nearly brought her to tears. The group stood forward before the Hokage. Hinoken returning from mission, Hokage-sama. Mission on both accounts completed. Sunaid heard Kushina said as everyone stood before her. Sunaid couldn't keep her eyes on one person for long as she looked at Ibisu, then Yuri, followed by Kushina, Naruto, and then Shizune. Tsunade glanced at Shizune, but she didn't know why she couldn't smile. The look in Shizune's eyes and the utter shame that Tsunade could see did not fill the Godame with reassuring confidence. It also didn't help that Shizune kept staring at the floor. Tsunade stood up from her seat and she walked from behind her desk. This had the eyes of Kushina, Naruto, Yuri, and Ebisu on them both. Tsunade stood before Shizune, and the Hokage's aide gave a trembling sigh before she looked up and stared into her master's eyes. Hello, Tsunade-sama. I have returned, Shizune commented. There was a shake in her voice that Tsunade couldn't place, but she wondered if that was just Shizune being Shizune. Shizune stared into Tsunade's eyes for a moment, and this was perhaps another one of many instances when she couldn't tell what her master was thinking, and that unnerved her a massive deal. Shizune waited with bated breath, as Tsunade hadn't yet replied to her comment. Shizune could feel her chest tightening from her guilt, and she was sure that she was close to hyperventilating pretty soon. However, Shizune's breath stilled when her whole body was covered in warmth. She widened her eyes as Tsunade pulled Shizune closer to her body in a tight hug. Shizune released a breath, as Tsunade gently massaged her hair. "Welcome back," Tsunade said, and Shizune closed her eyes tightly, refusing to allow the tears in her eyes to spill forward. Shizune lifted her arms and wrapped them around Tsunade's torso in a small but firm hug as well. For Naruto, despite how angry he was, he couldn't help the smile that he gave at the sight. He always knew that Shizune was important to Tsunade. Perhaps he had just underestimated how much. Beside him, Yuri and Kushina found Naruto's smile infectious, as well as they watched the interaction. It was quiet for a moment before everyone watched Shizune grab Tsunade's shoulders, and she gently pushed the Hokage back. Tsunade seemed surprised by the action as Shizune brushed her eyes with her hand before she stood up straight and saluted Tsunade. Jonin Shizune Kata returning. Awaiting punishment and trial by review of council. Expulsion from shinobi forces to be authorized with extreme prejudice, Hokage-sama, Shizune said firmly, which took the air out of Tsunade's lungs. Naruto, Yuri, and Kushina felt the words sting on their cheeks as they tried to process what they just heard. Shizune-kan, I didn't tell you to. Naruto began, but Shizune's voice easily overpowered his own. Reason for exclusion from shinobi forces. Granting unknown enemy forces knowledge of Konoha interior and exterior details. Ready to be transferred to a prison cell along with Jonin Abishu-san. At worst, if council wishes it, then it is plausible for shinobi in question to be executed. Nichan, shut up now, Naruto growled out. His voice dripped with divine spiritual authority, and Shizune's mouth quickly and effectively stopped. Her mouth hung in the air for a moment before she closed it and remained silent. Naruto panted as he gave Shizune a very harsh glare which the older women wilted under. Tsunade took a small step back before she glanced at Ibisu, who couldn't look his Hokage in the eye either. Tsunade then turned to see Naruto, who was taking his calming breaths. Tsunade, rather thankful for the time to think, processed all of the words that she had heard, and powerful silence fell over the room. Only the clattering of Tsunade's heels were heard as she slowly moved back to her desk. She took a seat down in her chair and placed her hands on her forehead. She made sure to cover her eyes so no one could see the frustration in them. She just got her best friend back, and already she had to play Hokage once again. Kushina, brat. What is Shizune talking about? Explain the mission to me. Right now, Tsunade said icily, which had Naruto and Kushina face her firmly. Naruto put aside his anger and sighed. He rubbed his head. The plan that he had in his head had been ruined by Shizune's little outburst. He had planned to let Tsunade know gradually, and not with a blurt out like Shizune had done. Granted, if he were his former self, then Naruto was sure he probably would have done the same thing. But that wasn't the point. I can tell you, everyone turned and faced Yuri, who came forward. Shizune and Ibisu looked off to the side while Tsunade's gaze tightened. Shizune-chan and Iro Ojai-chan were tortured. I know because I saw them die right in front of my eyes, Yuri said, and Tsunade's breath still. The Anbu that had been around the room felt a bead of sweat fall from their faces, which stained the inside of their masks. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose, while Shizune wanted to say anything at the moment, but by Naruto's authority, her mouth remained closed. Ibisu held his head down in shame. Kushina gave Naruto a glance, but he remained as firm as he could. Yet, Kushina could feel the weight of the inner turmoil in her son-fiancé. Tsunade rubbed her eyes and said, "How do you know that?" Yuri swallowed the lump in her throat before she gave Naruto a glance. Both looked at each other and Yuri released a breath. Because the same thing happened to me. They captured us, and I nearly drowned over 20 times when they interrogated me. It's only because of Isobu-chan that I'm even alive right now. I fought one of their lead officers. Their group somehow were aware of Niai-chan and Kushina-san's status. They kidnapped all of us. They forced some people to work in the mud and grim, turning 2 wheels to a large underground door. Others they forced to dig, all while the walls sapped our chakra for weeks on end. Tsunade could feel her heart rate increasing with each word that came from Yuri's lips, and it definitely seemed like Yuri was far from done. Tsunade couldn't even deny that just hearing that Shizune had died had nearly brought her to tears. When I fought one of their lead officers, I was angry. She taunted me. She tried to make me doubt my love for Naoi-chan. Tsunade paused at that and gave Yuri a look. She then sent a glance to Naruto. This was the first she had heard of incestuous thoughts, especially from the Uzumaki household. The very thought made Tsunade's stomach churn as a medical practitioner and a leader in nearly all medical fields. But as the Hokage, she held her thoughts on that particular matter. Then I fought Shizune-chan and Iro Ojai-chan. They had been brainwashed. I didn't fare that well, and she killed them right in front of me. I watched as she pierced Shizune-chan's chest with her sword. I was mad at her for taking them away from me. I was mad at Shizune and Iro Oji for putting me in that situation. I was mad at myself for not saving them. As the Shinigami explained it, I, in my anger, bound their souls to mine, and I got all of their memories. I experienced what they endured. I can't tell you. Please don't make me tell you, Yuri said, as Tsunade watched Yuri shiver. Naruto gently wrapped his arms around Yuri. He could feel her close to hyperventilating, and he pulled her head to his chest. Easy, Yuri-chan. Easy. Just breathe with me, okay? Naruto asked, and Yuri slowly nodded as they synchronized their breathing. Yuri took a small breath and calmed herself. Thank you, Niai-chan, Yuri said, and Naruto responded with a kiss to her cheek, which confirmed Tsunade's suspicions. But again she figured that this was a talk for another time. Skip that detail then. It sounds like I'll have to have an Oichi look them over then. Please, Tsunade said shakingly. Yuri nodded. I beat her using Shizune-chan and Iro Oji's power, along with my own. I don't remember anything after that as I passed out. But I do know that what they went through was not possible for any human being, Yuri said before taking a step back. Tsunade kept her eyes on the table. Her fingers tightened against themselves. Tsunade snarled as she felt her teeth grind between each other. She tightly closed her eyes, and she couldn't stop the images in her head of what this group had done to Shizune. She couldn't stop imaging Shizune calling out for help to her to save her. She could stop her imagination from picturing Shizune crying, screaming as she was bound to a chair, forced to endure too many things that Tsunade dared not wish to confront. Shizune just watched in despair as Tsunade remained silent. How she wished her master would say something, anything cheerful. Shizune did not regret speaking out the way she did. She and Abisu had to be examples. They had to teach future generations what happened when one failed their home village. This was something that everyone had to endure. Shizune was fine with that. A couple of moments passed, and Tsunade looked up. No one was surprised by the sudden redness of her eyes. Tsunade shook her head before she turned a sharp glare at Shizune, who stiffened. Is it true, Shizune? Did both you and Jonin Abisu risk Konoha's security, safety, and citizens? Were you both truly compromised? Tsunade asked, and while everyone could hear the steel in Tsunade's voice, they could also hear her throat cracking, almost like she was trying to keep from choking on her own words. Shizune's words died in her throat, and she turned to Naruto for any sort of help. She was pleading with Naruto to allow her to answer, to give her permission to speak. But Naruto remained steadfast, and he did not rescind his order that had come from his lips. Shizune trembled as she grabbed at the hem of her clothing. Her eyes filled with water. Tsunade turned to Naruto, and, if she were honest, she was glad Naruto had shouted at Shizune to keep her mouth shut. Tsunade wasn't sure she would be able to take it if those words had come from Shizune's mouth. Tsunade took a deep breath at the silence, and she stood up once again. She walked over to where Shizune trembled. Tsunade watched Shizune whimper like a child afraid of their parent. For the third time in her life, Tsunade truly felt the burden of the Hokage position and what it entailed. Tsunade took a heavy breath and exhaled. Tsunade then walked over to Abisu. The brat hasn't restricted your ability to speak, right? Then you answer me. Abisu, were you and Shizune compromised? Tsunade asked. Abisu clenched his hands enough to force blood from them. It felt like sand filled his mouth from those days in Sunagakure. Abisu held his breath, and he stared into the eyes of his Hokage. He knew what laid ahead, and he would boldly go for his village. Hi Hokage-sama, he exclaimed, and Tsunade's frown deepened. Without hesitation, Tsunade snapped her fingers, and 4 Anbu quickly dropped to the ground and restrained Abisu and Shizune. Neither made the attempt to resist, and Tsunade, with a very weary and heavy heart, tore Abisu's headband from his head. You both will be locked away and questioned by Ibiki Morino. You will have psychic evaluations by Jonin Yamanaka. For 60 days you will be held in prison. Any attempt to flee or resist will have you killed atop the Hokage stone faces. Given that you didn't flee, arrangements will be made, but make no further mistakes. Yai. Your careers as shinobi are effectively terminated, Tsunade said, dealing the blow to Abisu and Shizune. Both held their heads down, and Yuri could feel pain in her chest when Shizune's tears stained the floor. Shikio-sama, I beg of you, do not let Tsunade do this. Shizune doesn't deserve this, please. Naruto could hear Dan beg for Shizune's life through his blade. Naruto watched for a moment, and he had indeed hurt Dan. Naruto gave a light glare. Naruto noticed the look of anguish on Yuri's face, and Naruto knew he couldn't let that continue. He just didn't have it in him to see that look upon Yuri's face. Naruto released a held breath. I can't let you do that, Ba-chan. They are no longer your shinobi. You don't get to decide what happens to them, Naruto said. This got nearly everyone to pause as they looked at Naruto in surprise. Abisu and Shizune gave Naruto a look of pure shock and confusion. Yuri couldn't stop the smile on her face. Kushina just gave her son a surprised look, but she didn't say anything. She wanted to see what he had in mind with this. Tsunade gave Naruto the harshest glare he had ever known she could give. I have put up with your disrespect before, brat. But as my shinobi, you do not get the authority to speak to me about this situation. I am still your Hokage. Now keep your mouth shut, brat, Tsunade said. Tsunade had indeed been surprised by Naruto's outburst, but Tsunade figured that now was a good time for Naruto to truly learn what else a Hokage was. Tsunade knew Naruto held aspirations of the Hokage position. Naruto was a young man who cared about friends and family. It was time Naruto learned that in a village some family members were more important than others. Tsunade turned back to face Shizune and Ebisu, but everyone felt a calm, yet foreboding presence fill the room. The air was cold, but it was a thick cold. It was a type of cold that made one shiver in an attempt to find warmth. Fine, Bachan. Then I'm not talking to you as your subordinate. I'm talking to you as a summoner. All matters relating to a summoner and their summons fall under their jurisdiction. Right? Shizune Nishan and Ebisu-san aren't your shinobi anymore. They are now under my authority, and I'm the one who is going to decide what happens to them, Naruto said. Shizune and Ebisu were floored. They glanced back to Tsunade and they noticed the look of confusion, anger, and disbelief. Tsunade was a summoner, and she knew about the laws that were regarding summoners and those in their authority. Given how the mission had gone, Tsunade was now aware that the Shizune who was in front of her was no longer a shinobi and one of her best friends. The Shizune in front of her was a resurrected soul, and she was a fallen warrior of Konoha. Tsunade knew she couldn't challenge Naruto on this. She also knew that the council was going to attempt to challenge on this, but this wouldn't have been a moment for contention. Tsunade turned to Naruto and she walked until she was right in front of him. The obvious height difference between them was obvious from her heels. She looked down at him. You're playing a dangerous game, brat. Do you know the consequences of this? Tsunade asked. Naruto gave Shizune and Ebisu a glance. I think I'm making sure you don't make the biggest mistake of your life, Bachan. Naruto answered. Tsunade gave Naruto a frown, but she turned away. She then gave Shizune and Ebisu a glance. Take them and leave my office. Recent events are not doing me any good, Tsunade said. Naruto's frown deepened, but he was tired as well. He and everyone else saw Tsunade slam her body into her chair and look out the window. Naruto released a breath. We're going back home. Shizune Nikan and Ebisu-san will be given their own rooms, but I want the both of you in front of me. And Kushina first thing in the morning. Got me? Naruto asked. Neither Ebisu nor Shizune uttered a word. They just bowed while Yuri ushered them away. Naruto turned around to walk out of the door. He then patted Kushina's shoulder. Kushina turned to her son, future husband. The two shared a look and Naruto asked for his fiancée to leave the matter for another day. Kushina released a growl, but she did as Naruto asked and nodded. Kushina then turned back to Hokage. You got away for now, Tsunade, but I will get my answers. I will get every ounce of the truth out of your mouth, Kushina thought before she turned around and walked out of the door. This action had left Tsunade alone as she looked out the window. She hoped that she wasn't as sick as she felt. Tsunade would probably never say it out loud, but she couldn't tell Naruto that she was immensely grateful for what he had just done, for not just Shizune, but also for herself. Tsunade honestly almost thought she would vomit on the words that continued to come out of her mouth. However, no matter how close someone was, the Hokage couldn't show favoritism. Tsunade couldn't treat Shizune any different. Tsunade placed her head in her hands. For once, Tsunade was thankful for the silence. XL. Naruto, Kushina, Yuri, Shizune, and Ebisu silently walked. Naruto turned around. Nii-chan, you and Ebisu-san can go home. I don't know how many more rooms we have back at home, but I want you both at the compound. Understand? Naruto asked firmly. Ebisu bowed before he walked away. However, Naruto noticed Ebisu never raise his head from the ground. Naruto then turned to Shizune and watched her shiver. You can speak now, Nii-chan. But I don't want to hear about what you did back there, Naruto said, and Shizune felt her mouth ease before she gave Naruto a sorrowful look. But Naruto tried not to let it get to him. I understand, Naruto-kun. I'll be there first thing in the morning, Shizune said. Naruto nodded and everyone watched sadly as Shizune walked off with the life seemingly wiped from her body. Naruto released the tension from his shoulders. He turned to see Yuri watch Shizune walk off. Naruto gently brought her from her musings with a gentle kiss to her cheek. Yuri turned over to him and she watched him smile. "Let's go home, Yuri-chan. Your Chunin exams are coming up," Naruto said, and Yuri gave him a smile with a short nod. She turned to Kushina and she watched the older redhead give her a bigger smile. Confident, Yuri walked with Naruto and Kushina back to their compound. She was honestly happy that it wasn't a very long walk and everyone found their home settled nicely in a mixture of forestry. Yuri gave a wide smile, while Naruto tiredly grinned. Kushina patted both their shoulders as they noticed the lights still on in the house. Naruto pushed open the door and all three stepped inside. "Man, it feels like forever since we've been in this house," Naruto said. Yuri stretched with a satisfied smirk while Kushina rubbed her shoulders. The three Uzumaki gave blissful sighs from the entrance of their home, which quickly got the attention of some residents. "Naruto! Kushina! Yuri!" The three glanced up and Naruto gave a grin when he saw Fuka walked over to them in her bedrobe. "Yo, Fuka-chan!" Naruto saluted before Fuka gave them all a light hug. The three returned her given affection for a moment. Fuka grinned upon seeing their faces. She then took a step back to admire them all. "I heard what happened. I'm glad you're all okay," Fuka said. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Yuri scratched her cheek with a nod. Kushina glanced around some of the house and turned to Fuka. She had noticed a slight absence of people, even though the lights had been on when they had arrived. Kushina turned left and then right for a moment. "Where is everyone else?" Kushina asked. Fuka couldn't resist the laugh that probably came out as a snort before she walked over to Kushina. "It's nearly 3 in the morning. Almost everyone else has gone to bed. They're getting ready for tomorrow. I know Guren came back a couple of days ago, along with Shisan. She gave him his own room. She also told us about where everyone else was. Yukimaru tried to stay up, but sadly all the training I put him through has left him tired. Funny enough, you missed quite the sight a couple of hours ago," Fuka said with a light giggle that got everyone's attention. "Yukimaru brought home Hanabi-san and I got Tayuya to watch over them for an hour. I had to take some pictures," Fuka said. Kushina couldn't stop the smile on her face. Naruto just shook his head. Yuri, however, laughed and she held her stomach. "When I wake up tomorrow, I want to see those pictures databasein," Yuri remarked, and Fuka had the face that Naruto knew Yukimaru was going to be begging him for help. Unfortunately, the laughter died down, and Fuka saw the beginnings of yawns come to Naruto, Kushina, and Yuri's faces. They all looked absolutely weary from the day, and Fuka took some mercy on them. "All right, you three, go to bed. I still have a mission report to write, so I'm going to be up for a little bit. Then I'll comb my beautiful hair before going myself. Have a good night, you three," Fuka said before she walked up the stairs and disappeared. This left Naruto, Kushina, and Yuri alone for a moment. "You know, Yuri, you and Naruto just shared a very special moment together. I'll let you take the master bedroom. Just this once," Kushina said. Naruto and Yuri widened their eyes as Kushina walked up the stairs. Neither saw the smile on her face before she disappeared into the darkness of the hallways. Naruto and Yuri glanced at each other for a moment before Naruto smiled and guided Yuri upstairs. It didn't take either long to reach the master bedroom. "That's right. I guess we technically haven't slept in the same bed yet," Naruto remarked. Yuri grinned before she lightly kissed Naruto's cheek. "I'll be right back, Nae-chan," Yuri said, and Naruto watched her run out of the front door. Naruto then released a sigh before he took off his Hinoken uniform. He quickly hung that up in his closet and he moved to his side of his bed. Naruto unstrapped his sword and leaned it against his nightstand. He then proceeded to walk in the shower. Naruto felt the hot water ease his body and he sighed. He had learned so much and he had made so many decisions, which no doubt impacted the lives of those around him. Perhaps now Naruto was beginning to understand just how much he had changed. Naruto had seen how Tsunade had acted. He honestly wondered if he would have had to do the same if it were him in that chair and Sasuke were the one standing ready to be executed. He highly doubted it. Perhaps now Naruto had begun to understand what Itachi was saying. How one had to sacrifice everything for their village. But if that was sacrifice, then what was a village if the people you loved weren't in it? For so many years, Naruto had assumed that a village was a place where your loved ones gathered, and you fought to protect those things. Perhaps that is what drove Naruto to always fighting for people's admiration. He wanted to be one of their loved ones, yet for all his current efforts, he had been nearly banished. Twice. He thought about it. If those bans hadn't gone through then, Naruto would have nothing. He would have no family. He would have none of this life. In fact, he would have none of his current friends. He would have been alone, for a second time with no dream. Naruto shook his head. No, there was no point in going over what ifs. Naruto took a deep breath. Naruto inhaled and exhaled. The steam from his shower filled his nose before he gave that exhale. Naruto had his family. He had 3 women who were the true light of his life. Naruto truly loved Konoha, and he truly loved Tsunade. But he would not allow the village to separate his family. No one would take his family away from him again. Naruto swore it. Naruto stepped out of his shower and he gawked when he saw Yuri laying on the bed with a lust-filled look on her face. Her body was clad in beautiful undergarments that left very little to Naruto's imagination. He could already feel his little buddy responding to the sight. Yuri then gave him a smile. I got this from one of the stores before we left Uzushio. Do you like it? I thought red was a good color because... Well, you know, Yuri said, and Naruto gave a smirk before he headed for the bed to join with Yuri. Yup, he was going to make sure no one was going to harm his family. Not even you, Konoha. XL. The Shinigami could feel it. Every second that his summoner spent on the earth was making him more and more powerful. Shin was sure that Naruto was close. Naruto was close to being able to acquire all of the secrets that Shin was willing to teach him. Naruto was getting there. Every day he was slowing coming to the answer to the ultimate truth, which was why Shin had all of these limits and restrictions on his summoner's power. Yet, Naruto was not ready yet to acquire this wealth of knowledge. He was close, very close, but he was not yet ready. He was still a mortal, and he still held mortal thinking. Shin was sure that once Naruto discovered what there was to be known, not even Shin would be able to contain his summoner any longer. In fact, if that were indeed the case, then perhaps it would have been time for Shin to give Naruto the very last gift that the Shinigami could give to his summoner. Shin quickly inhaled the essence of another foul spirit, who begged for her foul life. Not like he wasn't expecting that after doing such a thing spanning the history of his life. But the point still stood that it was rather tedious listening to the people whimper, moan, and groan about what they wanted to live for. None of them were interesting in the slightest. As Shin continued his duties, his eyes narrowed. He had felt a presence similar to his own behind him. A presence filled with godly essence was within his boundary. Shin's eyes hardened. What do you want? The Shinigami asked with a hard frown. Though perhaps for some it would be hard to tell with his sharp, monster-like teeth. But rest assured that he was not in the greatest mood now. The figure behind him gently touched the ground. Shin could quickly see the grass around him glow in a bright light. It was for but a moment. 10 millennia, and that is the first thing you say to me, little brother. The voice asked in a soft feminine tone, and the Shinigami turned his dark purple head to the figure. He didn't let the look of displeasure show on his face upon seeing Amaterasu, goddess of the sun. Don't waste my time with your trivialities. If this is about Jashin, then next time you had better tell him to not deal in my affairs ever again. I am the only one who decides which humans live and die. He usurped my authority. I took it back, the god of death said, and the goddess of the sun frowned for a moment. She folded her arms. Ah yes, you felt your pride was so troubled that you decided to break the taboo on your duties. Now we're aware of the mortal version of yourself running around, she said. To her surprise, she wasn't expecting the Shinigami to give a light smile. She raised an eyebrow of curiosity. She then raised her hand and a wisp of fire formed. It then gave her an image of the object of their conversation. She watched as the mortal slept with his, what she assumed to be, mate of familial origin. She watched his mate placed her head on his chest as they soundly slept. His blonde hair brushed in the wind, and she closed the wisp. I'll make the point frank then. You need to stop what you're doing and perform your original duty. His life essence for his mortal body has long since run out. End his life and fix this mess you have created, she demanded. Amaterasu frowned when she watched the shinigami merely give her a hard stare. She stared right back at him. The two gods gazed at each other for who knew how long before the shinigami turned around. You must have really gotten used to your position if you think you can order me around, Amaterasu. As far as I am concerned, there is no mess that needs to be cleaned up. Come to think of it, I don't recall neither you, Tsukuyomi, nor Kami tried to deal with Jashin like this. He always did make my job harder with his fanatics, Shin said, and Amaterasu's frown deepened. The grass at her feet slowly began to burn as small embers danced on their tips. This isn't about Jashin. This is about you. It's always been about you. You have always been like this. Every meeting we've held in 100 millennia, you have never attended. You treat the rest of us like outcasts. Every decision we have made, you have never contributed. You act like you can't even bother to be in the same space as the rest of us, Amaterasu said, and the shinigami quickly turned to face her. Well, there's an easy answer to that, Amaterasu. It's because I hate you. I hate all of you. All of you disinterest me. You, Tsukuyomi, and Jashin disinterest me the most. What meeting could be so important that it would require my presence? The shinigami asked, and Amaterasu made all attempt to keep herself calm while under the gaze of her younger sibling. That wasn't to say it wasn't a trying exercise, though. That I will leave to your own curiosity. It might pique your interest if you attend, but I suppose I should advise that if you even give your mortal an ounce of consideration that you do for the rest of us, then I suggest you attend, she said, and in a bright flash of light, she was gone from his view. This action left the god of death in the plains that surrounded him. The wind howled across the plains, though its feeling and its coldness were lost on his ethereal form. He almost wondered if it was nature's way of mocking him, but then again, he doubted Kami was going to do this just for him. Though his mind was distracted, this did not stop Shin from sending his blade through the soul of a tormented spirit before he swallowed their life essence, sending them to the depths of the netherworld, where all souls were sent to. He supposed he had something to do in the coming day. Perhaps now he just wondered what could have been so crucial towards this little meeting that it would directly involve his summoner. No matter what mess his siblings attempted, Shin would not get rid of his source of entertainment. The likelihood of that happening was about as certain as Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu praising each other's solar star. It would never happen. XL. Morning rose in the Uzumaki compound. Yukimaru's eyes opened, and he gave a hard yawn. He turned his head to the mirror, and the adopted Uzumaki noticed just how nappy his hair looked. A small flush of embarrassment came forward, and Yukimaru slowly removed himself from his bed. He quickly took his shower, brushed his teeth, and combed his hair. He honestly wondered if he should have cut it, since he worried if it was going to get too long. But then again, most of his family members had long hair, so he figured it would fit with the theme. Yukimaru sighed as he brushed his hair. He had been there to greet Guren upon her return, and though she looked a bit banged up for his liking, but she was alive, so that was all Yukimaru was thankful for. He was told that Naruto and the others would be coming home later. Yukimaru at the time could hardly contain his excitement. It had been a couple of weeks since Yukimaru had last seen Naruto. He had tried to stay up that night, running drills with Hanabi, though he could have done without Fuka's teasing. However, the combination of his excitement and his adrenaline was enough to knock him out once he had exhausted all his resources for staying awake. Yukimaru had hoped that Naruto and the others were all right, but Guren, just before he had fallen asleep, had assured him that Naruto was returning home. Yukimaru noticed the smile on his face and shook his head. He quickly got dressed in his shinobi attire. He had a meeting with Hanabi Hyuga, Juhi Inuzuka, and his sensei, Aoba Yamashiro. They would be starting their missions soon, and Yukimaru didn't want to miss that. So, Yukimaru strapped on his shoes and made his way for his door. Once he opened it, his nose was filled with the aroma of warm food. He could hardly resist its call before he walked down the stairs. Yukimaru turned around a corner and he couldn't help his surprise of seeing his cousin, Shi, cooking breakfast. "Good morning, Yukimaru-san. I take it you are about to go out on your mission?" She asked, a pleasant smile on his face. Yukimaru returned his foster cousin's good cheer and quickly nodded. He took a seat at the table. "Hi, Shi-san. I have to meet with the others very soon." Sensei said thing about a mission to the Land of Waves. "It'll be my first C-rank mission. Is Niwai-chan back yet?" Yukimaru asked. She couldn't stop his grin from getting any bigger. He just turned from the stove he had been working on. "That's right. He came back last night." "He should still be in the back of the compound," she said, and the blonde former Kumo Nin heard the rattle of the chair from the table, and he then heard the sounds of the slide doors open. She shook his head, but he continued cooking. Yukimaru might not be a Uzumaki, but he sure behaved like one. Meanwhile, Yukimaru raced to the back of the house. It was times like this that he wished the house wasn't as big as it was, but luckily for him he had finally made it to the back when he heard shouting, "Come on, Nichan, closet pervert! You're burning daylight!" Yukimaru heard Naruto shouting in the back. Yukimaru quickly opened the door to the back porch, and a confused look crept onto his face as he looked onward. Shizune and Ebisu groaned as they were sunk up to their waistlines in water. Shizune screeched as Yukimaru noticed a tiny octopus attached to her face. At the same time, at least 5 others were attached to Ebisu. Yukimaru also noticed Naruto out there by himself as he watched them struggle. "Come on, you two. Yuri-chan could do this with both her hands behind her back, blindfolded." Naruto claimed, and the blonde rolled his eyes, then sighed when he saw Ebisu give a sharp gasp before slipping in the water. Naruto just shook his head at the sight. "Naruto nai!" Naruto felt the air get knocked out of his body when Yukimaru glomped him. Naruto turned and his stern expression softened into one of joy upon seeing Yukimaru. "Yo, Yukimaru, I see you're awake. I checked on you earlier this morning, but you were still asleep. I heard you stayed up all night to see me." "Sorry about that," Naruto said. Yukimaru didn't pay the apology any mind, merely happy to see Naruto's face again. "What are you doing?" Yukimaru asked. Naruto gave a pointed look back to see how Shizune and Ebisu were faring. If he were younger, he would have been laughing his ass off at the way they were. However, with these circumstances, Naruto knew that this wasn't a funny matter. Not that he would tell Yukimaru, at least not yet. "Nichan and the closet perv are helping me catch some octopus, squid, and cuttlefish. Our family does need to have another source of income, I guess. Or that's what Kushina told me anyway," Naruto remarked. Yukimaru tilted his head to the side. A confused look marred his face. "We have a business? Naruto ne you?" Yukimaru asked. Naruto quickly nodded. "You betcha, Yukimaru. We're Uzumaki. We're all about sealing. Long story short, we're sealing ink. Guren's the one who started this little project. We have loads of these things in the pond. Though getting them out without being covered in ink is the hard part. I'd have to say we're pretty good for money if we can keep this up," Naruto remarked. Yukimaru seemed fascinated as he hadn't known of this beforehand. He just assumed that the family bought its ink from any other store, but apparently it made its own. "Now then, come on, Nichan. You two still have to concentrate the ink as well. Hurry up and put them in the buckets," Naruto called to them. Shizune and Ebisu sighed, but they continued without question, as ink was blasted in their faces. "So Yukimaru, I see you're all ready to go out. Got a mission?" Naruto asked. Yukimaru quickly nodded with a wide smile. "Hi, we've been working pretty hard, so this could be my first C-rank mission," Yukimaru said, and Naruto found his eyes had moved to the side. He remembered his own C-rank mission, and what a time that was. Hopefully, Yukimaru didn't have that type of luck. Naruto really wished he didn't. Huh. Well, go get him, Yukimaru. I know you can do it. Here, you can have this. I just made this ink, so it should be really good. Take it with you, Naruto said. He threw an ink bottle, and Yukimaru quickly caught it. Yukimaru could see its black liquid contained by the glass. He then turned back to Naruto and smiled. Thank you, Naruto Nesiri. I'll make sure I use it right. Bye, Yukimaru said as he ran off. Naruto waved Yukimaru off as the genin's footsteps got smaller and smaller in Naruto's ears. Naruto chuckled to himself. He then looked up at the sky. Konoha might not be on his good side for the moment, but so long as Yukimaru loved it and had friends in Konoha, then Naruto would fight for those friends. Because that was what family did for each other. They strived to make their loved ones happy. Finished, Naruto-kun, Shizune said. Naruto turned from his thoughts and noticed both former Jonin held 2 buckets filled with water and full of aquatic life. Naruto could see the massive ink stains that appeared on their clothes. It would have been humorous to Naruto, if not for the current situation. Naruto looked over them for a moment before he stood to his feet. Alright, let's... Naruto's voice staggered for a moment when he felt the sudden shift in spiritual pressure. He glanced around for a moment, but he could tell the familiar presence very well. He then turned around. Alright, you two go find Guren-san and tell her to teach you how to extract the ink and concentrate on our ink floor. I will come and meet you later. Oh, and if you see Kushina, then tell her to come look for me, Naruto said, and both watched him walk off through the trees. Shizune and Abisu didn't say a word and continued inside. Naruto walked through the trees for a moment, feeling the fresh air and radiant warmth of Konoha's weather. However, that feeling didn't stay for very long as he looked up. Yo, Shin. What's up? Naruto asked. Sure enough, the shinigami appeared behind Naruto, and Naruto turned to face him. The two beings of separate planes looked at each other for just a moment, and Shin couldn't believe he was saying this, but he actually felt some sort of parental affection for Naruto. The Uzumaki felt like the youngling that the shinigami never had a real opportunity to see. How odd that he, a timeless being symbolized with death and destruction, would feel pride in his body whenever he gazed down at his summoner. Naruto tilted his head in surprise of the shinigami's lack of a response, but that didn't last for very long. You have come a long way since you were that boy whose soul I almost took, the shinigami said, and Naruto couldn't stop the surprise from appearing on his face at the melancholy tone that escaped from the shinigami's tongue. Granted, it still had that ghastly, rough, sort of spiritish dialect, but Naruto could hear the subdued emotion in the shinigami. Naruto's smile fell, and he took a deep breath. Well, you did call me interesting, Databeo, Naruto remarked. The shinigami nodded. That was indeed true that he had. You have grown strong, Naruto. While your strength is not out of bounds in the expectations that I knew you would make. In some areas, your strength is perhaps growing fast. Too fast for others, Shin said, and Naruto blinked. It was obvious that he was confused. Did you truly believe that with my existence I would be the only god? Shin asked, and Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, those guys are real? Naruto asked. The shinigami didn't smile, but he was kind of amused at Naruto's question. Do you recall Jashin? I remember I told you I wanted Haiden's soul. His life has been prolonged for too long, and I also understand that you have not completed this whole list as of yet. But I have no doubt that you will, which is why I have found that somehow trouble tends to find you. Case in point, I will require you to attend our meeting. A meeting of gods, Shin said, and if Naruto was confused before, then he was absolutely lost now. You want me to attend a meeting between you and other gods? Naruto asked. He was sure his legs were feeling weak. He actually felt like he would pass out, but then a soothing presence fell over his spirit. It calmed his mind and his worries. Naruto gave the shinigami a glance, and he could honestly say he had never felt more connected to the god of death than right at the moment. He closed his eyes and slowly took a nod. It is a deal to take in. There is a reason why mortals cannot interact with gods, and why such things have been passed down as either folklore or myth. Growing up within your shinobi academy, you were not truly taught about the gods. Most likely they were a secondary subject that could have been passed off. Perhaps most of your classmates had not cared. You were the first mortal in perhaps 100 generations that has a connection to a god, Shin said, and Naruto slowly just nodded. So does that mean there are others like me? Naruto asked. The shinigami was quick to answer that question. No, well, not anymore, there are not. Back during the very early beginnings of mortal history, the gods had a more influential role, but mortals and even the gods have a history of hubris. It has continued to trickle down where the gods constantly wonder whether humanity must be destroyed or can still be salvaged. I have no opinion in the matter, for the deaths of gods and men has been known to me. So, no, there are not others like you, though Jashin is perhaps a bit different, Shin said. Okay, what do I need to do? Naruto asked. Shin glanced at him. You would be surprised how cautious gods can be around each other. If you truly believed that being with the gods was a peace that spanned all eternity, then you would be wrong. Most of us despise each other, and it is only by kami that we do not send the world crashing down into oblivion. Do you remember when I appeared before you in your battle against the Rinnegan wielder? Shin asked. Naruto quickly nodded, and the shinigami closed his eyes for but a moment. You are not aware of it, but Yura Uzumaki prayed to me to give you the strength to overcome your trial. Prayer to a god is perhaps their highest form of recognition. Most gods are prideful like this. It is why Jashin has so many followers, or why there are some other monks, priests, and teachers of spirit, though wrong most of them are. What I want you to do is observe. Understand how some of us act and how we conduct ourselves, the shinigami said. Naruto blinked. That seemed easy enough, but the shinigami could see that Naruto also wasn't getting the entire picture. Uzumaki. Naruto, how much do you trust me? The shinigami asked. Naruto stiffened. He stared up at the god of death. The way the godly being floated in the sky almost made him even more divine than Naruto remembered. His summon, the god of death, was asking if Naruto could even trust him. Truthfully, Naruto would have said no if he was just starting out. But Naruto, in an odd way, found himself a better guidance in the god of death than he probably pictured. This being guided him, helped him, strengthened him, and disciplined him time and again, even when Naruto didn't have all the answers. Naruto wished those eyes were so cold-looking, but Naruto could feel beneath that gaze. You needn't ask why. Hi. You haven't steered me wrong before. I don't think you're going to do it now, Datbeo. Naruto replied, a firm nod to confirm his thoughts. Shin's eyes hardened and he closed his eyes. I see. You have truly grown a lot, Naruto. I will come for you before the 7th day's sunset. Come along with your valve and your handle, Shin said, and Naruto watched him fade away into nothingness. Naruto released a breath, and he heard the birds chirp in the sky. Naruto guessed his mother wasn't in the house since she hadn't come in time for the conversation. He supposed he could go looking for her now, at least until he paid someone else a visit. XL. Kushina tried to not roll her eyes at filling out so many forms. Now that her son was her fiancé, then she figured that it was time to fill him into the clan head status. Kushina had been hoping to give this to Naruto when he turned about 20, but, well, the world worked in very ways. Then there had to be Naruto's coronation and ceremony. Kushina did wonder if Naruto would be able to deal with politics, because it was something that even Kushina disliked, yet it kind of fit for shinobi in a way. Alliances, trickery, backstabbing, seeking to further one's own goals, were just some of those things. Kushina supposed that the paperwork wasn't all bad. It at least gave her something to take her mind off things. Mostly how she felt about Konoha nearly expelling her son, twice. Kushina couldn't understand it, Naruto always had nothing but good things to say about Konoha. As hard as she knew his life was because of his Jinchuriki status. So, it was for this reason she wondered what he could have done to nearly get expelled. Granted, he did tell her about some of the pranks he pulled when he was younger. But she was sure those weren't the reason, especially since it was an expulsion that Tsunade had fought against. Kushina could tell something was going on under the surface. She just didn't know what yet. "Ah, good morning, Uzumaki-san." Kushina glanced up from her paperwork and tried not to let a frown show on her face upon seeing Koharu Utate in front of her. Kushina gave a smile. Damn, she hated fake niceness. "Good morning, Councilwoman Utatane-san," Kushina said, wondering if she could burn this woman to the ground, but figured that wouldn't look good in the coming future. "I see you are filling out clan papers. Has there been a change?" Koharu asked, intrigued at the prospect. Kushina cleared her throat to get all the nasty things she wanted to say out of her mouth. "That's correct. I'm stepping down as clan head," Kushina said, and Koharu couldn't contain her surprise. She had been speaking with Homura about how best to deal with Naruto and his current rise in status from essentially an orphan to a virtual prince of his clan. Never mind that the family was making a larger fortune with their ink from their ceiling. It was hard finding such ink, and the Uzumaki family had it in bundles. Even Koharu used it. "Oh, I didn't know you had someone you fancy. Who is the man that will be leading the Uzumaki clan now?" "It had been my understanding Naruto-san would take the mantle in a couple of years," Koharu said. Kushina just smiled to herself. She supposed this was her first challenge as her son's fiancé. Well, let the almighty know-it-all people come forward. "That would be my son and fiancé, Uzumaki Naruto," Kushina said with a prideful smile in her face. The fact that she hadn't heard a response only told her that she had stunned her audience into silence. Kushina glanced up for a second and she noticed Koharu stare at her. "Excuse me?" Koharu asked, not sure she had accurately heard what was just spoken to her. "Naruto. Uzumaki, my son and current-to-be husband, is going to take over as clan head of the Uzumaki," Kushina said. Very clearly this time. Koharu could feel her mind jumbling over the information. A mother and son. Were getting married. Koharu could feel her disgust rising. She looked at Kushina. "If this is a joke, then it's one of poor taste. Uzumaki Kushina-san? You have always been one to be a troublemaker even in your youth, but even you could not be so immoral. The boy is your own child. How could you even conceive such a notion?" Koharu asked. Kushina, surprised even herself with how calm she felt in the face of this attack or whatever it was. One thing that worked in her favor was that she had already crossed the line with her son so long ago. Plus, she had already worked these out in her mind. She would face all of the ridicule for as long as her son desired her. If that was to be forever, then Kushina would give her son her heart forever. "Oh, I didn't know you would have a problem with it, Koharu-san. I figured it would be in Konoha's best interests to have more pure-blooded Uzumaki." "That's all you care about, right? Konoha's interests?" Kushina asked. Koharu felt the air leave her lungs. She could believe the words of the former Yondaime Hokage's wife. Koharu took a step back. "That is disgusting, Kushina-san. For the two of you to even think of such a thing is sick, vile, and twisted. This is utter nonsense. I will tell Tsunade about this. She would never condone this." Koharu sat, but Kushina just sat in her seat calmly before she collected her papers. She stood up and walked over to where she had the papers stamped before sending a copy to one of the Konoha records. "It's funny, Koharu-san. Like my son, I was also a Jinchuriki. Actually, all Uzumaki line have been the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. I was selected to be Mito-bakan's successor. You know that. Mito-bakan once told me I had to fill my heart with love to overcome the hardships of being a Jinchuriki. It's funny. Even when I married Minato, I was struggling with what that meant. It was only after I screamed for so long when Naruto was born that I learned what the love of my life was. When I am with my son, I get butterflies in my stomach. I can't stop a smile from coming to my face. My body desires to have all of him. And I can only imagine that perhaps my life would be a hollow of its former self before I had known this type of love and affection for my own son. I wonder if a lot of people in this village could say they experienced the same thing, Kushina said, a light smile on her face. This smile baffled Koharu, and it frightened her greatly. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. You're sick. I will not let this happen. I will not let you debase the values of this village and the values of true marriage. I hope you and your son burn in the flames of hell, Koharu said as she turned around. No worries. I'm sure you'll be down there first, Koharu-san, Kushina said as Koharu walked out of the building. Kushina merely watched the woman go before she released a breath from her body. Well, that was challenge number 1 down. Now she was sure she, Naruto, and the rest of their family would be dealing with the repercussions. Not that she wasn't sure they couldn't handle it. Her family was a band of survivors after all. Everyone had endured far worse than simple ridicule. With her business done, Kushina walked out of the building to go back home. She had a mission report to write. XL. Alright, I think you've done enough, Sasuke said. He quickly put on his robe. Itachi sighed as he closed his medical box. Someone has to treat you if you won't let the island's nurses do it. Or perhaps you would prefer Yuna-san to treat you? Itachi asked, and he was rewarded with his brother's embarrassed growl. Itachi could still see the slight blush on his little brother's face. Itachi never would have thought Sasuke would find a significant other in Shisui's older sister. Though perhaps from the time of her death, then it was understandable that she was around his age. Shut it, Itachi. Where did the loser and the others go? Sasuke asked. At the mention of Naruto, Itachi straightened his posture a little more. Naruto-kun has gone back to Konoha along with his mother, Yuri, Shizune-san, and Abisu-san. When you have been cleared to leave, then you can along with the others, Itachi said. Sasuke just grunted a response before he walked out of his room with Itachi right behind him.
How is Ka-san doing? Sasuke asked. Itachi couldn't recall Sasuke being so forceful, but he answered him regardless. Ka-san woke up about 2 days ago. No one was allowed to see her while drive. Shino-san operated on her. She still can't see out of her eye as a result of the Sharingan, but she claims that she's been holding up very well, Itachi said. Sasuke slowly nodded, sort of happy for the good news.
Oi. I thought I told you to leave that shit for later when you got better. Sasuke and Itachi heard the gruff voice speak through an open door. Sasuke and Itachi came to the door and glanced through it just in time to see Zabuza sitting in a chair while Haku looked over some paperwork. The work's been piling up. Zabuza-sama. I can't let it go anymore. Also, the water daimyo will be coming in a couple of weeks. I want to make sure everything is ready for his return, Haku answered. I see you're doing well, Haku-san. Zabuza-san? Haku and Zabuza noticed Itachi speak with Sasuke next to him. Good evening, Itachi-san. Hi, I am feeling much better. I appreciate your concern. How are you feeling, Sasuke-san? Haku asked. Sasuke rolled his eyes. I'm fine, Sasuke said, which probably came out as more of a grunt, but an answer nonetheless. Haku, forgive me asking, but why are you doing paperwork? You do not have to keep up the charade anymore, Itachi said. Haku chuckled a bit tiredly, which everyone noticed. She placed the work down for a moment. It turns out that rather than a charade, it seems I will truly be the land of Eddie's daimyo from now on. The water. Daimyo remembered me, and he's coming for a visit to the land of Eddies. He said he didn't remember us having a daimyo, so I had to make some records for myself. It actually isn't so difficult to forge records. Zabuza-sama coincidentally had a contact in the imperial courts that solidified my identity, so starting today, I will be the daimyo of the land of Eddies. I believe it to be the best for the country. So, I'm looking at some of the paperwork. The fishing season is over, but a lot of people found out that the land is very fertile here, so they have decided to stay here permanently, and then there are the people who were back at the caves. Most of them decided to stay here and start over. So I have to find space and land for them, Haku said. Itachi slowly nodded while Sasuke turned around. Do what you have to then. I'll be back later, Sasuke said as he turned to leave. Haku gave a light bow before she went back to work, while Zabuza rolled his eyes as he leaned against the wall. Itachi left with Sasuke. The Uchiha brothers moved through the hospital, and Sasuke saw another open door. He rolled his eyes upon hearing giggling. Kakashi, what are you doing? Sasuke asked, watching his sensei read one of those dumb orange books. Kakashi turned to face Sasuke and smiled. Yo, I'm letting myself heal. You should be doing the same, Sasuke. We'll have to get back to work once we're through with the chakra exhaustion. I say take it slow when you can, Kakashi said. Sasuke rolled his eyes as the brothers continued on. Sasuke rolled his eyes when he heard Kakashi giggle again. Really, Kodaka-kun? 2 girls at the same time. You're gonna make Sina and Yozora 2 happy ladies. Don't forget about Rika-chan and Yukamaru-chan. We gotta make more friends. Boo, foo, foo, Kakashi said. But he was too out of range for Sasuke to hear more, and Sasuke was grateful for that. They then stopped by Yugao's room, and they watched her lightly performing some push-ups. Good evening, Sasuke. How are you feeling? Yugao asked. Sasuke nodded. Perhaps not as well as you, but I have managed. You seem to be doing well yourself, Sasuke said, and Yugao slowly nodded. I don't like staying in bed, leaves the body too stiff for regular work. But I suppose I can appreciate the time off like anyone else. When we're all better, I'll move us out, Yugao said, and Sasuke gave a nod before both went on their way, which left Yugao in her room. She watched Sasuke and Itachi leave before she cleared out her throat and grabbed her book from under her sheets. She then breathed a sigh of relief and felt the quiet. Zavarudo! Yugao shouted as she read from her favorite book. She slapped a hand on her mouth for a moment before she peered into the hallway. No one was around. Better close the door just to be safe. Yugao then quickly went back to her book. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Itachi walked through the hospital. Itachi had told Sasuke that Makoto had to be moved into a separate wing of the hospital for the operation. It hadn't taken them long to reach the door, and Sasuke slowly opened it. He noticed his mother was awake, and the window blew in her hair as she looked at the scenery outside. Ka-san, good evening, Sasuke said with Itachi giving her the same greeting. When she turned to them, both noticed the white bandage covering where her eye used to be. She gave both a gentle smile. Good evening, Sasuke, Itachi. I hope the both of you slept well. Though you shouldn't be out of bed, Sasuke, Makoto said. Sasuke gave a grunt and disregarded her concern. How are you feeling? Sasuke asked. Makoto sighed as she placed a hand over her eye. This thing itches, but I guess it's not the worst thing that could happen. At the very least, if everyone else is all right, then an eye is worth it, Makoto said. Sasuke took a seat on her bed while Itachi looked out of the window. There was a brief silence between the Uchiha members, and Itachi's eyes narrowed. You said that you didn't see or find his body, correct? Itachi asked. Sasuke and Makoto turned to him and Sasuke out. Makoto quickly confirmed that they hadn't found any body of the leader, and Itachi got lost in his thoughts for a moment. Sasuke turned to Itachi. You think he's still alive? Sasuke said rather than questioned. Itachi nodded from his place near the window. Itachi watched as children played in the streets and masses of people conducted their own business. He watched as people chattered away happily, and Itachi couldn't help reminding himself of Konoha's feeling, at least for that time being. Itachi closed his eyes, and he turned around. Itachi, what are you thinking? Makoto asked her son, and Itachi released another sigh. I am beginning to believe that he had an accomplice. Even for their structure, one can't kidnap a near village's worth of people without someone noticing. I understand that some of them have been down there for years, but there cannot be these many disappearances, and no one know about it. Then there was the way that they fed and managed the prisoners. Please give it some thought. Weapons, food, medical supplies, training areas, clothing, workspaces, these things would take additional funds. Funds that no one can easily account for, Itachi said. Sasuke and Makoto looked at each other, their stern expressions telling the story of their thoughts. They were a bit on edge. You have suspects? Makoto asked. Itachi pushed a piece of his hair from his face and turned back to his mother and little brother. Not at the moment, I do not. I could if I was given some time, Itachi said. Makoto and Sasuke gave each other another glance, and Sasuke stood from the bed and walked to face his brother. You want to go out and find out if your theory is correct, Sasuke said. Makoto seemed greatly surprised when Itachi nodded. It would require great concentration, and I don't believe anyone else that comes can take it up. For all intents and purposes, I am still dead. I can act without having to truly be concerned with my identity, Itachi betted on. Makoto rubbed her covered eye with one of her hands before she leaned forward. I don't know, Itachi. You were still a recognized criminal. Your face is perhaps one of the most memorable faces in the bingo book for those willing to pay attention. Additionally, you can't make this call. Tsunade allowed us to keep you around since you were, as you know, presumed dead. That is Kushina's call as the leader of Hinoken, Makoto said. Itachi quickly nodded. Which is why I was hoping that when you went back to Konoha, then you could discuss it in length with Kushina-san and Naruto-kun. Even with her orders that I could not do so if Naruto would not like me to as my lord. Then, I would like to take a small team with me. I believe it is too much a task just for myself, Itachi said. Now Sasuke was interestingly confused. What kind of task was Itachi burdening himself with so much that he couldn't handle it on his own? That said, Sasuke quickly brought some of his thoughts together. For all his life, Itachi had perhaps been one of the most powerful shinobi in Konoha, and the world to Sasuke. Itachi was always an ideal that Sasuke strived for. Recent knowledge of Itachi's situation curbed some of this ideal, yet Itachi in Sasuke's mind was still an excellent shinobi. Sasuke had used his Hinoken privileges to gain a look into Itachi's file. Itachi had some of the highest mission successes as an Anbu, which continued to prompt the question in Sasuke's mind of why Itachi, of all people, would need help.
I believe a team would be better not only because we'll be able to cover a wider area over a short period of time, but I will also be at least have some backup in case anything else happens that I will need to inform. We can also track regular update between us and have a correspondent in dealing with the current issue, Itachi said. Sasuke and Makoto were silent for a moment. Sasuke was the one to speak up.
And just who would you have on the team? Sasuke asked. Itachi gave Sasuke an informed look before he gave his mother and brother a focused look. I will prefer to have Zabuza-san with me, but I know he will not leave Haku-san's side. Most likely he will become her aide as she begins her transition into daimyo status. Which I do agree with since the land of eddies has slowly returned to its days of vibrant country. Itachi said before he collected his thought once more. If possible, I would like to take Sujetsu. Despite his exuberant attitude, I have noticed he is a candidate for gathering information if he can be used correctly. I would like Fujikaze-san to come along as well. His knowledge of the other countries could come in handy as well as his skill with a blade, if Naruto-kun is willing to release him to the team. Itachi said, and before long he told them the last person he wanted to take with them. Makoto attempted to wrap her mind around this team while Sasuke raised an eyebrow. That's very bold of you to think about this team, Itachi. Are you sure you want to do this? Makoto asked. Itachi's black eyes were covered by his eyelids when he closed them for a moment. They resurfaced once again. These people specifically targeted Naruto-kun and Kushina-san. They somehow knew exactly who they were going for. They knew about Naruto-kun's relationship to the shinigami. They also knew about Kushina-san's relationship to Naruto-kun. She was a seal that allows his body to adjust towards his growing power. If I were honest, I have a feeling that if Naruto-kun is unlocked, then currently he should have enough power to be able to overpower Hokage-sama, the Tsuchikage, and the Raikage, Itachi said, which made Makoto and Sasuke pause. Wait a minute. Itachi, you weren't there, but it was only a couple of months ago that Naruto was only to fight against a more experienced Jinchuriki, that rapping idiot back in Komagakure? How could his power have increased that much in such a short amount of time? Sasuke asked. For once, Sasuke couldn't even be jealous of Naruto. Mind you, he wanted to be, but he was far too curious to have his jealous overrule his thinking. If I am honest, then I do believe it happened that week ago when Naruto-kun fought the regent. I didn't have to be there to feel the immense pressure of his power. I honestly believe that every person over the entire planet felt that energy no matter how brief it was. Believe it or not, but Naruto-kun is becoming so much more than even we could have imagined, Itachi said, and Sasuke quickly turned defensive. Are you calling him a threat? Sasuke asked. Itachi didn't know whether to chuckle at Sasuke or be surprised by the act of his defense for Naruto. Itachi quickly shook his head. Threat. No. Destined. Definitely. I don't know where the shinigami is leading him, but all I know is that when Naruto-kun gets there, no one except for maybe your team will be able to keep up with him. I believe it is my job to protect Naruto-kun until he reaches that destiny, Itachi said resolutely. Sasuke and Mikoto didn't respond for a couple of minutes. Damn it, Dobe. Just what are you becoming? Sasuke wondered, but Sasuke was curious as well. He had to know. He had to know where this was all leading them. I'll talk to the loser when I can. I have no doubt we'll be leaving in a week or two. When were you planning on leaving? Sasuke questioned. Itachi was a bit taken off by the question since he hadn't given much thought to the time frame. I would have to give it some thought, but I would have it be after the Chunin exams that are taking place in Sanagakure. I'm sure we all wish to see Yuri-san perform. If I had to give it around that time, then I would appreciate that, Itachi said. Sasuke looked into his brother's eyes for a moment. Sasuke couldn't detect anything that was hidden, but Sasuke couldn't find anything. Sasuke had noticed that Itachi had become a lot more subdued since he had returned. He did train, but Sasuke noticed that Itachi seemed a lot more tired of all the combat he had been in. Yet, Sasuke didn't utter these thoughts. I'll see what I can do, Sasuke said. Itachi offered Sasuke a smile. Thank you, Sasuke, Itachi said. Mikoto looked at her sons. She sighed as she sat in her bed. Honestly, for once, she was tired of being a shinobi, and she hated it. She hated that her boys couldn't just be boys for their lives. Yet, at the same time, she couldn't begin to express all her joy in seeing them act like fully matured men. It made her smile. Well, they would see what would happen in the near future. I have just one question, Itachi. If you can answer it for me, then I will be all for it, Mikoto suddenly said. Sasuke and Ai were a tad surprised by Mikoto and her sudden response. Itachi, nonetheless, nodded and awaited his mother's question. His hand rested on the windowsill while his mother looked at his form. Are you doing this because you want to protect Naruto-kun? Or are you doing it because you feel this is the only way you can redeem yourself for what you've done to Konoha? To the Uchiha clan? To Izumi? Mikoto asked. Sasuke widened his eyes before he slowly turned to his brother. Sasuke had met Izumi a handful of times, and while Sasuke had never truly had any special connection to Izumi, Sasuke could believe the frozen expression on Itachi's face. He seemed entirely devoid of emotion. That was a long time ago, Kaz-san, Itachi said. Mikoto shook her head. Yes, it was. And you're hoping that you'll be able to right that wrong that you committed. You have told yourself constantly that it was for the good of the village, but it was never good for you, was it? You knew it was wrong because you still killed innocents. Just as I have done, just as Sasuke has done, just as we all have done, Mikoto said. Kaz-san, Itachi didn't get a moment to speak before Mikoto raised her hand for his silence. Itachi bit back any responses as Mikoto sighed. You have fought for so long, Itachi? Now you want Naruto-kun to right your wrong because you've seen what he could do for the rest of us. I believe that is why you're doing this. If I am wrong, at this very moment, then tell me and I will let you go right now with your team, and I will explain it to Naruto-kun and Kushina, Mikoto said. Sasuke stood before his mother and brother. He could feel the pressure of the silence. His eyes moved between them both. Itachi's hair hung over his face like a curtain over a window. If you cannot explain to me, then leave right now and don't even think about leaving until you can explain it to me, Makoto said. Sasuke turned to his brother and he watched in shock as Itachi bowed and walked out of the room. He closed the door behind him. Sasuke, Makoto said, which brought him to look at his mother. Makoto looked at Sasuke with hardened eyes. No one is above having selfish desires. Not even Itachi, Makoto said. Sasuke didn't reply. He just looked at the door that Sasuke had just left. XL. Tsunade wasn't one to admit cowardice. She was a Hokage, and the Hokage was the last person who could be afraid of facing unknown dangers. She was the one to rally the people, make the hard choices, and bear the consequences of her actions for the sake of the village. That was her, yet she was holed up in her office doing her paperwork. Tsunade hadn't left last night. Well, perhaps that wasn't entirely right. She had left and tried to get some sleep, but her mind decided to screw her over by giving her every nightmare that Shizune might have endured. Honestly, Tsunade was still amazed by what the human mind could come up with in any attempts to destroy itself. Tsunade imagined how Shizune was forced to endure thing after thing. The humiliation she must have endured, the pain of her calling for Tsunade to save her. This happened for about 2 hours until Tsunade decided to go to work. Tsunade was never more thankful for paperwork. She didn't have to look or think about anything else. And this what led to Tsunade being up so early in the morning with bags under her eyes. She quickly signed off on a piece of paper before sending it to the side. Tsunade rubbed her eyes for a moment. She then picked up her teacup. She took a sip, and it felt refreshing. Though she supposed that after the 26th cup, then it was starting to lose its rejuvenating feeling. Tsunade had wished to be left alone as most of her subordinates were giving her a wide berth that she was thankful for. She really didn't want to deal with anyone's bullshit so early in the morning. "Tsunade," a voice called, and the Hokage took a calming breath. Today was going to another one of those days, wasn't it? Tsunade glanced up from her work, and she noticed Koharu come in through the door. Tsunade nearly had it with the councilwoman's disrespect. She didn't even have the respect to knock. "What is it, Koharu?" "I'm busy," Tsunade said, a lot more bitterly as she intended. She wanted to get the point across as quickly as possible that she didn't wish to be disturbed. "I demand that Shinobi, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uzumaki Kushina be detained and given full psyche evaluations to deem competence for Shinobi status, effective immediately," Koharu said. Tsunade took a deep breath and exhaled. She had a feeling that she knew what this was about. "Why?" Tsunade asked, just to humor herself. "Uzumaki Kushina is releasing her status as clan head of the Uzumaki clan. As you know, Uzumaki Naruto would be next in line unless Kushina took a suitor." "She has taken a suitor, in her own son," Koharu exclaimed. She gave a hard huff while Tsunade looked at her. Tsunade was surprised by how calm she felt. She had a feeling that something unorthodox was going on with Naruto and his mother. She wished it was something like that, but Tsunade took a moment to recollect all the information. "You heard her say this?" Tsunade asked. Koharu nodded without a second's thought. "I came over here immediately. Kushina intends to wed her own son just as she said," Koharu said. Tsunade sighed again. "Damn brat. Always making trouble."
"I see. I'll talk to them later. You're dismissed," Tsunade said. Koharu nearly felt the words in her mouth die out. How could Tsunade be so calm? Hadn't she even had an inkling of what Koharu had just spoken to her? "Tsunade, you have to put a stop to this right this instant. To violate the sanctity of marriage, life, and morality will surely be in Konoha crumbling down," Koharu said. Tsunade lowly growled. "I heard you the first time. I said I will speak to them later. I am busy, Koharu. Get out." Tsunade growled and her fists tightened so hard that she dented her desk. Koharu was surprised at the outburst, but she sighed. "We're not done here, Tsunade. I will not allow such things to happen within Konoha's walls," Koharu said, and she was lucky that Tsunade didn't take that as a threat.
Tsunade just watched Kaharu leave the room and Tsunade placed her head in her hands. Incest of all things. Tsunade never thought this was something she would have to deal with. Oh sure, the clans were sort of practicing that type of thing, but, at most it was distant cousins or whatever. So Tsunade didn't pay it much mind, but she didn't know what to think of Naruto and Kushina. As a medic nin, the very thought was revolting, but, as a Hokage, Tsunade couldn't outright ban it. It wasn't exactly hurting the integrity of Konoha as Kaharu claimed it was, but... No, I will deal with them later, Tsunade said, and she went back to her own work. There came another knock on her door. Tsunade snapped her pen in half. Come in, she hissed, and Tsunade watched Sakura come through the door. Tsunade-sama, is that true? Sakura asked. Tsunade rolled her eyes. She was about to crack the damn mansion in half. Tsunade just wanted a semi-peaceful morning. Was that really so damn hard to get from these damn people? Tsunade just pinched the bridge of her nose. She was really tempted to behead Sakura right then and there. Where are you taking us? Obito asked. He and the human path of pain stood before the regent. The masked figure was silent for a type, and if there was one thing Obito never appreciated, it was the silence of others. Obito's Sharingan began to spin. If this was some form of a trap, then he would not hesitate to rip the man's head from his shoulders and leave it floating in endless space. Pain followed closely behind the group in his latest path. He had someone tending to his diva path since his battle against Uzumaki Naruto. Pain was never going to admit it to anyone else, but the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had proved to be a more formidable opponent that Pain had been anticipating. He could still feel some inner burning that he couldn't describe. It was as if his soul had been ignited in fire, and it caused him internal discomfort on a day-by-day basis. The trio had been walking through this mysterious cavern ever since the early morning. As they descended further and further, it was getting hotter and hotter. If there was one person not pleased with the current developments, then it was Obito. They had lost a lot of time in this endeavor, and for the regent's sake, he hoped that whatever was down there was worth it. It hadn't taken them long before they saw a green, luminous light. Obito and Pain were surprised at the radiance of the gems that covered the stone walls around the entrance that they came through. Obito looked over the entire room along with Nagato, but it didn't last before they noticed the massive hole at the center of the room. The group stared down into a hollow abyss of darkness when they came through one of the cavern's many tunnels. The massive hole in the earth belied the beauty that Obito and Pain saw in the cavern. It was quite the sight. A majestic representation to the will of mortality. Just like humans, they attempt to be beautiful, but there is a hole in their bodies and their souls, thus making them disgusting, filthy creatures, the regent said. Obito and Pain gave him a glance, but Obito was the only one losing his patience. You had better have a good reason for this, Regent. What are we down here for? You claimed you had something to retrieve down here. Why have you taken us down here? Keep in mind we have not fully made you a member of the Akatsuki. You are still disposable, Obito said, and the regent merely chuckled behind his mask. All humans are disposable, Akatsuki-san. All that matters is how least disposable are you than the next person. Worth is all that matters to the world. If you are nothing, then you will be nothing. If you are something, then you will be something. Simple as that, the regent said, and Obito's dark, chocolate-transfused arm slowly began to course with black lightning. I find your riddles and your teachings a waste of my time. If you do not produce results of this walk in the next 2 minutes, I will make sure that the only thing that hears your rambling are the stones that will fall upon you as I trap you down here for the rest of your natural life, Obito threatened. Nagato took note that the regent didn't seem even the slightest perturbed by his threats. Have you ever wondered if there were more sentient blades aside from the Samahata? There are many, and all they need are just a little motivation in coming forward. Do you ever wonder about the time before the shinobi clans? The times before all the feuding and violence? Because there was a time. There was a glorious time. A time before that of the Rakudo Sennin. It was a time lost to man and lost to nearly all other beings, but there is one who remembers, and all she needs is a purpose, the regent said. Before Obito and Pain could even get him to elaborate, they heard the regent speak in an archaic tongue. They were words unfamiliar to their ears. The regent dropped to his knees and clasped his hands together. The ground around them shook violently. Obito and Pain watched as the beautiful gemstones turned black, almost as if all light and warmth had dropped from their bodies. They cracked into pieces and fell into the massive hole in the earth. Obito and Pain began to sense a rise in chakra and in pressure. The chakra was so dense, so powerful that it became visible to their eyes. The chakra swirled around the room violently and without restraint. Like a massive storm of fury, it refused to be settled. From where Obito and Pain stood, even the ground at their feet was beginning to crack. Obito looked up at the ceiling and he gasped as he watched the ceiling begin to cave in on all three of them. Obito charged his arm with lightning. He was ready to strike at the rubble and tear the regent's head off where he stood. Then suddenly it was quiet and still. Nothing moved around them. Obito and the human path looked up and they noticed even the rocks that were in the middle of falling gently floated to the ground almost serenely. The regent chuckled behind his mask and he stood. He turned to Obito and Pain. This was no mere hole within the earth, but a tomb. A tomb is meant to seal things that wish to remain forgotten. Unless one does a bit of raiding, the regent said. A massive Fuin seal appeared over the hole in the earth. It quickly began to unravel itself and then it vanished in a spray of light. Obito's visible eye, through his bright orange mask, squinted from the harsh light, but Pain showed no visible signs of a reaction at all. Out of the ashes of the new world, the old world shall rend asunder. Maiden trapped by her bladed body. Give thy name, the regent said. The light faded, which had both Obito and Pain glaring up at the sight of a woman clad white kimono battle-style robes. There was a design or crest on her robe that neither Obito nor Pain could identify. They could easily see the long, sharp horns which protruded from the sides of her scalp. Her pale eyes glared down at them. Behind his mask, the regent couldn't help but smile. Where is Kagaya? The woman hissed out angrily. Quote, stay true to yourself, yet always be open to learn. Work hard, and never give up on your dreams, even when nobody else believes they can come true but you. These are not cliches but real tools you need no matter what you do in life to stay focused on your path, by Philip Sweet. Obito, Pain, and the regent stared at the woman. She looked down upon them. Her pupil-less eyes looked over their forms. They were not beings that she was used to seeing. They had different attire when she compared them to what she was used to seeing. Her eyes narrowed. Where is Kagaya? She asked once again, patience wearing thin at the idea of even repeating herself twice. These three in front of her were lucky that she hadn't decided their fate just yet. She needed information and these were the closest that she got. It had been nearly a millennium since she had been freed. She was a little pissed off. For these men and their lives, she hoped they dared not try her patience. Obito and Pain looked at the woman. Neither knew it, but the regent had the widest smile on his face. He stared at this vision of beauty, strength, and power. How powerful were the men of old to be able to imprison such a woman as this? The regent was trembling with fear and excitement at the very thought of these images. Obito and Pain weren't sure of this woman's question, yet despite her regal, divine-like appearance, Obito took a step forward. Obito was not in a good mood. The three of them had wasted a lot of time trying to find this sentient blade woman. He did not feel like being on the backhand anymore. Who is Kagaya? That said, it would be grateful if you gave your name as well. We went through great lengths to release you, Obito said. He glared at the woman in front of him. The regent resisted the urge to sigh. That was not going to help his plans like he had intended. The regent and Pain glanced up at the woman. She was silent. Her eyes stared over Obito's form. Obito found her silence rather unnerving, if irritating. You, what is your name? She suddenly asked. Obito raised an eyebrow, but he quickly found his voice. I am Uchiha Madara. If you don't wish for me to erase you from this plane of existence, then I suggest you do yourself a favor and, Obito didn't finish. Pain and the regent looked back at him with curiosity and caution. They watched as Obito clutched his chest through his Akatsuki cloak. Obito released mutterings of pain and discomfort. Obito coughed hard. The regent and Pain were surprised when blood dripped from his mask through his mouth. Obito dropped to his knees and clutched his chest. The regent looked back and he noticed the woman slowly clenched her hand. The regent watched her hand slowly close. It was almost as if she were strangling something that they couldn't see. The regent looked back and he watched Obito writhe in pain and anguish. Very well, Uchiha Madara, I shall take your heart and I will use it to feed to the Orochi the Dreadful. The Orochi will take you for daring to raise your feeble concerns to my person. Understand your place, you insignificant man, she said. Obito gasped for air. He couldn't focus. He couldn't use his Mangekyo to get him out of the area. His chest was in too much pain. He could feel the hard beats of his chest. He could feel powerful jaws snapping at the tubes of his arteries. Obito coughed out blood once again. Pain frowned and he held up his hand. Shinra, Pain didn't get to finish his technique when the regent held up his hand to stop him. The regent cleared his throat and stood before the mysterious woman. My lady, Karura-sama. Please forgive this pathetic soul for speaking against you. Would you wish to shed blood unnecessarily if it did not fit your goals? Would a queen eradicate her subjects for merely not knowing of her presence after so many years? I beg of you to place aside your anger against him this once. He shall not speak against you ever again, I assure you. Please reveal your benevolent nature, the regent said. Pain glanced at the regent and then at the woman. She seemed to consider his offer for a moment and both heard Obito give a gasp of relief as he found himself breathing normally. Obito panted for air. Pain and the regent noticed an ethereal being curled around Obito. Neither had noticed its presence before. Its tube-like body and firm, sharp-like teeth made it look even more menacing. Both could see blood surrounding its teeth. It hissed at them both before it vanished out of sight. It was that ethereal being that had perhaps been giving Obito so much pain. You know my name despite us having never met. You, step before me. You and no other shall address me, she said. Pain quickly held up Obito and pulled him to the side. The regent smirked to himself before he cleared his throat. Truly, your benevolence as legend has come to state, my lady Karura Otsutsuki. I regret to inform you that your sister, Kagaya Otsutsuki has been imprisoned. She had been claimed to death over the countless years, the regent said. Karura narrowed her eyes. You would do well to not speak falsely to me. I sense Kagaya's power in nearly everyone who roams around this planet. She could not have birthed so many individuals with such chakra. Makes sense. Karura demanded. The regent nodded. He took a moment to catch himself. Yes, my lady, you see, it was about 20 years into your sealing that Kagaya bore her children, Hagoromo and Hamura Otsutsuki. There has been many genetical swapping the times you were gone. She is not here anymore, but her chakra exists within nearly all beings. I believe you can feel her more prominently in some people across this plane than others. You wish to meet with her again for her past transgressions, correct? The regent asked. Karura stared at him for a moment. Karura could, indeed, sense some people in the world with chakra much more akin to Kagaya's than others. In some it was barely noticeable and in others it was so strong that it was almost alluring. Yet, Karura was confined to her bladed body. She could not move of her own accord. You would be correct. I do seek to hold Kagaya under judgment for her betrayals. However, I am still sealed by my blade. I am unable to acquire what I need of my own accord, she said. The regent nodded his head. Yes ma'am, would you do me the immense honor of wielding you before we find you a suitable host to resurrect you? That was indeed one of the ways that you could be free from your bladed body, correct? You require a chakra which is at least 80% similar to your own for you to inhabit the body for you to take over. With so many, we are sure to find you a host, the regent said. Karura seemed intrigued at the prospect, but her reaction still had a stern look on her face. And what would you wish out of this? Whether you are aware of me or not, I find you to have nothing to gain in your assistance other than your life because I could definitely make you do so. However, I am feeling lenient. What do you want? Karura asked. She was a woman of her word. While she might have liked it better if he merely allowed her to possess the one tending to the man who dared talk back to her, but she guessed this man's importance and didn't push bounds where she didn't need to. Just believe that she could if she were truly stretched for time. The regent smirked behind his mask. Yes ma'am, what does man want from a god when the god grants him blessing? The regent cleared his throat. I wish for you to bear my child when your vengeance has been completed, the regent said. Karura frowned. Pain and Obito watched silently. Obito, despite his pain, wondered just what the regent was thinking. Both were prepared to fight the woman after that little stunt she had pulled, but they only watched her snort. You wish me to bear your child for my goals? Very well. I have no qualms with that. I will make it so as Karura Otsutsuki, heir to the matriarchy of the Otsutsuki clan, she said. The regent smirked to himself before he stood to his feet. He then held his hand into the air. I follow my solemn vow to assist my lady Karura in her mission. Come to me thy bladed body, become my possession for a time, that we might welcome and open the gates of hell, the regent said. Soon, the light that surrounded Karura's body brightened even further. The light forced the others to squint. There was no heat from this light, but they could feel its power. Very soon, that light dissipated. The three watched a sharp blade gently float down into the regent's hands. The regent felt its grip and smirked. The power of a god in the palm of his hands. He was sure that the savior was going to be so pleased with this when he informed him. The regent grinned. I assume we have telepathic abilities as well? The regent asked. He was immensely pleased with the response. You would be correct. Now, take me out of this unsightly place. Plus, inform me of all you know of the world and what has happened. No detail is too small, Karura said. The regent agreed. He had no problems at all with that. Understood, he said. He then walked over to Obito and Pain. Well then comrades, shall we venture off? We have work to do, the regent said with a satisfied tone to his voice. He guided them out of the caverns, though Obito and Pain couldn't help suddenly being on edge with the addition of their newest member. Naruto groaned as he pushed himself away from his desk. He gave a small yawn before he pushed a stack of papers out of his way. Ah, this is boring Datbeo. Naruto cried as he laid his head on his desk. In front of him were a stack of papers that needed signing. He couldn't even begin to believe this was actually happening. Since when was the clan head relegated to paperwork? Naruto didn't remember much of it when his mother had come home. She had talked that they would have the Uzumaki ceremony in a couple of days or the end of the week, but she had decided to make Naruto the clan head for the clan effective today. Naruto remembered her saying something about the perks of marriage to a former clan head. Kushina had taken Naruto into the clan head study. Naruto didn't know what the place was meant to be, but he couldn't believe he had to be sitting in this chair actually signing off documents for the sales and distribution of the Uzumaki clan's ink that so many members of society in the village were fighting over. Sheesh, so this is what Ba-chan does all day. No wonder she's bored out of her mind, Naruto said before he went back to signing. He hated that his mother forbade him from using his clones. She said something about luxury, but Naruto hadn't entirely been focusing on that. He just wished that something would get him out of all of this work. Naruto heard footsteps coming through one of the halls and soon came a hard knock on his door. Oi shithead, open up. Naruto heard the harpings of Tayuya. Naruto really didn't even want to answer the door. He felt like he couldn't even deal with Tayuya at the moment. Naruto now understood the Sandaime Hokage's pain. Naruto wondered if he could make a break for his window. Perhaps he could even use his portal to take him someplace far, far away for just a couple of minutes. Oi, shithead, did you fucking choke on those papers? Open the damn door. Naruto heard. He couldn't stop irritation from showing on his face. He crunched up some of the papers and pushed himself out of his chair. God, you're annoying Datbeo. Just open the damn door, you rotten tomato. Naruto hollered back. His door was kicked open and he saw Tayuya glaring at him with a tray in her hand. She seethed at him and Naruto seethed right back at her. Heat burned in their eyes before Tayuya slammed the tray on the desk. She then grinned and jabbed Naruto's shoulder. That's more like you, my shithead cousin. I don't like it quiet in here. What the fuck are you working on? Tayuya asked. She slid a cup of hot tea to Naruto's side. Naruto couldn't resist giving Tayuya a smirk before he jabbed her in the shoulder. Yet, he took the peace offering and gave it a sip. Naruto then grabbed one of the sheets of paper. Just some stupid papers on our sales and some other stuff. I have to order one of the groundskeepers to clean up the land because it's getting a bit messed up. Then there is the trade that we have with the Hyuga family. Hiyashi was cool enough to send me some of the Hyuga clan's famed silk threads. I have Shizune and Ebisu working on the octopus and squids they caught today. I just need Riza Obaken to have the carriers send it out. Then there's this some other shit. I can just feel Ka-chan laughing at me, Naruto said. He noticed Tayuya's smirk. Well, if I'm laughing at your ass, then I bet she is too. I just came up here to let you know that the Uchiha's cocksucker came by. She wanted to talk to you about something or other, I don't remember. Go see her, I gotta complete my own fucking mission report. Tell me, was that snake lady always an asshat? Tayuya asked. Naruto shivered at the thought of Anko, but he could help finding Tayuya irritation with the woman understandable. At least she didn't lick your blood before she sliced your cheek with a kunai, Naruto said. Sure, he healed it, but that fucking hurt. Naruto could still feel that sting from the Chunin exams. He released a breath and pushed himself away from his chair. I would like the bitch to fucking try. I'll fucking cut off those 2 water balloons for tits that she's got. Tayuya said with a snarl that made Naruto laugh. I'd pay to see that, Datbeo, Naruto said. Tayuya grinned and jabbed Naruto in the shoulder before leaving. She had her own cocksucking paperwork to fill out. She was not taking responsibility for what happened to the client's daughter and those snakes. Naruto watched Tayuya leave before he stretched his legs and his arms. He then removed himself from his study. He really hoped he would be back in that room for a long time. Naruto walked through the halls and then he walked down one of the stairs which was connected to the lower floor. His feet creaked on the wood of the compound before he came into the living area. Naruto noticed Yuna looked at some of the pictures that decorated the house. Naruto had to admit, Yuna definitely shared in Sasuke's taste of clocking. Her black overcoat with that Uchiha clan symbol, her long black hair, her black t-shirt, and those black, high-heeled shinobi shoes. The girl just oozed all of Sasuke's colors and his particular mood at times. Yo Yuna, how's it going? Naruto asked. Yuna turned around and she gave a slight smile. Good evening, Shikyo-sama. I wanted to come see you a couple of days ago, but I had some other business to take care of. I heard you returned, but I heard nothing about Sasuke. How is he? Yuna asked. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes at the mention of Sasuke, but for Yuna's sake he kept his mood to himself. Tem's fine. Still back in the land of eddies. He's resting from all the fighting. He's there along with Itachi and Makoto-san. I'm sure he'll be back with that same snarky look on his face in a couple of days, Naruto said. Yuna found the thought rather funny in her mind's view of images of Sasuke. Yet, she found that rather charming in her own way of looking at things. I see. Well, knowing him, he'll be moaning about not being able to leave. That's like him, but I'm glad he's alright. So, how is the newest clan head of the Uzumaki clan doing? Yuna asked. Naruto's expression was a true sight to her. However, he decided to correct her by pointing out another situation. Ha ha ha, very funny. And officially, I'm the clan head. Officially, I'm still Uzumaki Naruto for right now, Naruto remarked. Yuna didn't seem entirely convinced, but she let it go for the time being. So, other than Sasuke, what did you want to talk about? Naruto asked. Naruto noticed Yuna's face turned a tad more serious. She sat on one of the couches in the living room. Naruto noticed the way her spiritual energy fluctuated around her body. He watched the way her eyes tried to find something in the room to focus on. She finally settled on his face. I felt your power those weeks ago. I'm sure you know the moment I'm talking about. I actually felt the full embrace of your power in that time. It rose higher and higher before I felt consumed by it. I'm sure the Cage would have said the same if he was here. I'm actually surprised that the whole world hadn't felt that power, but I also felt something else. I'm not sure what it was, but it felt ominous. I just wanted to know if you were alright, Yuna said. Naruto was surprised by Yuna's words. He could still remember that feeling when he had opened that door that the Shinigami had laid in front of him. Naruto remembered opening it. Yet, he wasn't thinking about how strong he was. He hadn't been thinking about any of those things. He just remembered facing pain, protecting everyone else, and he felt like he could accomplish anything at that time. But, Naruto also recalled that time with Morio. He remembered when Morio had been trying to suck away his spiritual essence because Naruto and the ancient dragon had been connected. Naruto remembered fighting those other shinobi. He remembered Shien almost dying, but he didn't remember much after that. His head had been heavy and his mind had been in a haze. When he had awoken he had no memory of doing some of the things that Shien had said he did. Yo Morio, do you remember feeling anything? Naruto asked. The large demon dragon swirled its multiple heads around. Its body gleamed with the bright light of Naruto's Honsho. Its eyes roamed around. I had felt a couple of things during that connection. Naruto, there is a darkness there in you. It was what I had used to siphon power from you while we were in vicinity with each other. You had an irresistible darkness that made me want to take you over. What a success that was, I guess. However, yes, there is something there in you. I actually still feel it, but it hasn't been active as of late, Morio said. Naruto did not have a lot of confidence in those words. What about you, Kyuubi? You and I have known each other the most, Naruto said. Kyuubi cracked open one of his eyes and stood on his legs. You are human, Naruto. You have darkness just like anyone else. I have seen and felt your darkness many times. I have manipulated you around that darkness many times whether you were aware or not. You are indeed a good brat. However, it's because you are good that your darkness is much more dangerous. When you get upset, or angry, or you feel vengeful, your darkness will be so heavy that you might not be able to control it. Though, I imagine that would be the case if you didn't have me, Kyuubi said. Naruto's face tightened. He wondered what that meant, but he didn't know what he could say about it. Naruto turned back to Yuna. She sat on the couch, waiting for him patiently. How did you know that and why think I have to know about this? Naruto asked. Yuna didn't know why, but Naruto felt a tad more intimidating than a couple of minutes ago. Then again, Yuna did just tell him something that might have been a little disturbing, but she wasn't sure why his spiritual energy just felt tight suddenly. Because, I've been feeling stronger lately. I realized it in my last mission. I still remember when I was working with the patrol about 4 days ago. How much do you think I can lift? Yuna asked. Naruto looked at Yuna's body. She wasn't overly muscular and he was sure that she didn't have Sakura nor Tsunade's level of strength. Hell, he doubted even most people had that level of strength. I dunno, I guess since you can lift 90 pounds or something like that. Naruto asked. Yuna released a breath and tapped her legs with her hands a couple of times. Yuna then turned her gaze back to Naruto. Naruto noticed how concerned Yuna looked. There was an incident a couple of days ago. Some children decided to take one of the horse carriages for a ride. Don't ask how they got away with that setup, but it was barreling down the street with the kids inside. This happened while you and the others were dealing with your mission. I had been moved civilians out of the way. One person didn't move fast enough. So, I had to put myself between them and the carriage. Shikyo-sama, I will never forget the looks of the public's face when they saw what I had done. I stopped a speeding carriage that was perhaps over 1,000 pounds with one hand. Shikyo-sama, that should not happen. For someone like Hokage-sama, or Sakura-san maybe, but not me. I haven't met with anyone for a couple of days. Look, Yuna said, and Naruto gawked as Yuna lifted up the couch in their living room with one arm. Sasuke, you better not piss off your Yuna, Naruto thought to himself, but he then straightened his mind out. He couldn't believe he was actually seeing Yuna lift up their couch. Naruto didn't recall making anyone stronger or if he even could do that. Naruto did remember hearing from Sanbi about how hard Yuri had fought for him. Yuri had apparently gotten stronger too, but it was a power that not even Sanbi was able to identify. You're saying I made you guys do this? Naruto asked. Yuna slowly placed the couch down and gave Naruto her agreement with a shake of her head. Yes, I believe it was around that time. It lines up with the time that I felt you near the land of rock, Yuna said. Naruto folded his arms and tried to figure some of this out. If it was true that the others were getting stronger just from being close to him, then he wondered if anything else was going to happen. Naruto did remember these things happening to the Kyuubi. He was no longer the big red furball that Naruto had known. No, he was now a glowing white-haired furball. Yuna noticed how hard Naruto was thinking on the current predicament and she hoped to offer some words of clarity. She hadn't meant that this was necessarily a terrible thing. Yuna felt confident in her new strength. She was immensely pleased with her capabilities. Uchiha were not naturally gifted individuals in terms of immense physical strength like perhaps the Akamichi, but their physical prowess was nearly second to none. Yuna would have to say that perhaps the Uzumaki had the most physical prowess of any clan. Sure, they had no ocular dojutsu, or flashy Kekai Genkai, but that supernatural life force, known of Fuinjutsu, ungodly levels of chakra, unbreakable chakra coils were all traits that no other dojutsu could truly accommodate for. There was a reason Konoha had such an influx of income which was directed towards the Uzumaki clan's business of ink. Perhaps Yuna was getting off point. In her mind, she wasn't about to turn away this sudden increase in physical prowess from Naruto. However, she could tell Naruto these things before both heard the door open. Naruto noticed Kushina and Yuri come through the door with a couple of bags in their hands. Naruto also noticed how beaten up Yuri looked. Kushina took note of Naruto and Yuna's faces. I have a feeling we interrupted something, Yuri, Kushina said. Yuri brushed a hand over her face. Yo, Yuna-chan. I didn't know you came over. Yuri said. Yuna gave a chuckle and gave Yuri a greeting as well. Hi, I was just speaking with Shikyo-sama about some things. On the other hand, you look like you were put through the rigor. What happened to you? Yuna asked. Yuri snickered sheepishly as she looked at her torn clothing. Yeah, I was busy training for the Chunin exams. Kushina-san really liked to kick my ass through the afternoon, but I'm so gonna kick ass at the Chunin exams. Yuri replied. Kushina gave Naruto a look. She wondered if that was how Naruto had acted when his first Chunin exam had started. Though you're still supposed to be recuperating from the mission. The fact that I'm training you at all is going to get the doctor mad at us, Kushina said. Yuri gave a cheeky grin and waved it off. She then passed Naruto with a kiss to his lips and went to go put the bags away. A shower sounded very good to her. So, what were the two of you discussing? Kushina asked. Naruto and Yuna shared a look that Kushina didn't necessarily like. So, Kushina quickly left to set the groceries down and turned to the living room. Needless to say, but Kushina was rather surprised at the topic at hand which had been going on between Naruto and Yuna. Kushina sat on the couch and looked it over. So, you think Naruto's making everyone around him stronger through his aura? Kushina asked. Yuna quickly made an agreement to that claim. Kushina then turned to look at her son. Nothing about Naruto seemed out of the ordinary, well, not on the surface anyway. Hi, I do believe so. I don't think it's everyone. I just think it's people who have been around him for prolonged periods of time. I'm sure if I could see Sasuke or Makoto-san then I would be able to see the signs in them as well. I don't believe this is a bad thing. I just fear that if we're not aware of it then everyone's going to be in for a surprise once they figure out what I did as well, Yuna replied. Naruto turned to Kushina. I could just bring it up to Shin. Kushina and I are going to that meeting in a day or two. I could see what's going on. If anyone's got answers then it's going to be Shin, Naruto said. Kushina and Yuna really liked that suggestion. Kushina agreed with Naruto's choice. Kushina-san, have you not noticed yourself getting stronger? Yuna asked. Kushina seemed surprised at her mention. She hadn't felt any different. Kushina tested out her body with a couple of stretches and a few flexes of her muscles. She didn't feel any of this power that Yuna was talking about. Granted, Kushina's view of this situation was a little unreliable since she spent the most time with Naruto and she was sure that she would be spending a lot more time with him as his soon-to-be wife. Kushina couldn't help but mentally smirk at the thought. Kushina couldn't believe that she was actually making wedding arrangements with her own son. She wondered how her past self would view her present self right now. Probably not well, but Kushina wasn't too concerned about that. Just a sample curiosity. I can't say that I have. I still feel like myself, but I will make sure to keep an eye on the team. We have actually got a rather good medical facility on Uzushiogakure and we can have them work for later on in their recovery. I'll send out a messenger bird in the week. I'm sure Kakashi, Sasuke, or Yugao can take control of the situation. Yeah, that sounds good. Yuna can also keep us up on any changes if she feels it's worth mentioning, Naruto answered. Kushina and Yuna agreed. No one had anything else to speak about. As for her, seeing that her point was made, Yuna walked for the door. Yuna opened the door and she was surprised to see Sakura Haruno in front of the door. Sakura and Yuna gave each other a frown. Yuna said no words. She just walked down the steps of the compound and past Naruto's former teammate. If you go in there and cause trouble, I will make you regret it, Yuna said. She then gave a flip of her long, black hair before she continued off. Sakura gave Yuna a harsh glare as she heard Yuna's sandals kick off the dirt of the ground. Sakura gave a snort before she walked up to the door. Sakura banged on the door. The door opened, and Sakura noticed Kushina standing in front of her. Ah, Sakura, how can I help you? Kushina asked, a polite, yet armed smile on her face. Sakura gently bowed. Good afternoon, Kushina-san. I came here to see Naruto. I heard he's back in the village. Sakura asked. Kushina raised an eyebrow. Yes, Naruto-kun's home. What did you want to see him about? Kushina asked. Sakura gave a nervous laugh Kushina had noticed. Kushina wasn't stupid. Of course her words to Koharu would have sparked up everything. Kushina never did like Koharu growing up. The woman just couldn't let things go at times. Kushina stared at Sakura as she spoke. I just want to dispel some rumors going around about him, that's all, Sakura said. Kushina hoped that Tsunade would teach Sakura how to lie better as well. This girl really was way too jumpy to lie to Kushina correctly. Yet, Kushina didn't turn Sakura away. She was sure that Naruto could handle it. Kushina pushed open the door. You can find Naruto-kun at the backyard to the left. He should be helping Shizune-san and Ebisu-san currently. Try to be careful. They're handling some of our supplies of ink along with some of the other workers we've hired. I don't want to hear any complaints. Naruto, while not on paper, is in the process of becoming the Uzumaki clan head. Just keep that in mind, Databane. Kushina said before she walked off. Sakura walked into the house. She walked around and she found herself a little turned around at times, but she finally made it to the backyard. Sakura had never had the chance to actually look at the back of the Uzumaki compound, but it was really beautiful. She actually wondered when this place had gotten so big. The last time she had been over here it had just been a house. Now there were storerooms, garden houses, training areas, walkways and pathways, there were even a couple of shops. Sakura was sure that there weren't that many members of the Uzumaki clan. She almost thought she could mistake them for the Hyuga, or the Uchiha. Sakura heard talking and she noticed a number of people surrounding a river. Good, now put that over there. Sakura heard Naruto shout. Sakura saw Shizune and Ebisu covered in ink with baskets of the black liquid filled to the brim. Naruto, Riza, and Yura were seen guiding people around. Sakura saw Yura drawing some unidentifiable seals on her own hands, but Sakura then turned to face Naruto. She frowned, but she watched him work. It was about time he learned some responsibility. Naruto. Sakura called. Everyone stopped their work for a second. Yura and Riza seemed surprised to see Naruto's former teammate in the compound. Naruto gave her a glance. Yo Sakura, what's up? Sorry, we're a little busy right now, Naruto said. Sorry Naruto, but this is important. I have to talk to you. It's about some rumors floating around that I want to get to the bottom of, Sakura said. Naruto raised an eyebrow. The firmness in Sakura's eyes made him give pause. Naruto felt he had a feeling what this might have been about. Honestly, he knew it was something he would have had to deal with eventually. Naruto wasn't expecting Sakura to be happy for him. He was honestly expecting no one to be happy for him with what he was doing, but it was his decision and Naruto was going to see it through. It didn't matter what anyone else thought to him. Naruto had lived his life caring about what people thought of him. Forgive Naruto if he was going to be a bit selfish this once. Fine, Sakura, just for you, Naruto said. He turned around and clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention. I'll be gone for a few minutes. Make sure you all follow instructions. Also Shizune Nichan, Aro Oji, don't you both drop those caskets. You're both still being punished. Keep standing. I'll be watching, Naruto said. Shizune and Ebisu sighed as they continued to hold heavy caskets above their heads. Neither Shizune nor Ebisu liked this, but did not question their punishment. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura made it to a secluded part of the forested area. Naruto released a sigh and ducked his head as a punch from Sakura went sailing over him. Sakura slammed her fist into a tree which effectively knocked it over. It gave a mighty crash and kicked up some dust. Naruto was not amused for once. What the hell was that for? Naruto asked. He saw Sakura shaking her fist angrily, or maybe she was just being Sakura. He didn't know. I thought you had matured since you came back to the village, but you're still pulling these stupid pranks. This isn't even a good one. It's just sick, Naruto. Now tell Tsunade-sama you were just kidding about marrying your own mother. Sometimes you take your jokes too far. That's so disgusting, Sakura said. Naruto's face straightened. He then stood straight up. He watched Sakura rant off. Naruto sighed. It was no joke, Sakura. It's also none of your business what I do, Naruto said. Sakura stalled in her rant. She turned to Naruto in utter shock. Sakura tried to wrap her mind around what Naruto had just said to her. It didn't make her happy. Naruto, have you lost what little mind you've got? This is your mother you're talking about here, Sakura said. Naruto wasn't fazed. And, Naruto asked. Sakura stuttered for a moment. Naruto waited for his former teammate to make her point. That's sick, Naruto. Do you even know what will happen if you go through with this? People are going to be disgusted with you. This will hurt your chances of being Hokage. This is so damn immoral. No village is going to want a cage like that. Sakura panted. Naruto rolled his eyes, and that wasn't a sight that Sakura wanted to look at. Okay, fine, say you marry her. The thought is revolting on its own. But have you ever thought about your kids? Not even you would want to make your kids suffer through their genetics. Plus, the scrutiny. They will be ostracized. I can't believe I'm hearing this. Sakura said. Naruto sighed. Uzumaki DNA, Sakura, is more concentrated than regular DNA. I can't think of all that complicated science stuff, but I know the general stuff. You're right, no matter how concentrated our DNA is, there is always a chance that it can be corrupted. That is just how humans are made. If our DNA was perfect, then we would be able to withstand any illness that came at all. I can't do that, but you are forgetting one thing. It's chakra, and that is one of the reasons why that happens. Karen told me that. Naruto paused. Sakura waited for him to speak. There is not a single bit of chakra in my body anymore, Sakura. As for me being ostracized by society, I think you've forgotten that I have always been ostracized by Konoha. I've even been ostracized by you, Naruto said. Sakura widened her eyes at this accusation. Naruto could tell her had caught her off guard. Naruto tightened his gaze. Yeah, you didn't know or you weren't aware of it yourself, but you've done that to me more times than I can count, Sakura. Times when we weren't even a team yet. You, of all people, don't get to lecture me about my morality, Sakura. Now if you're done. I have work to do, Naruto replied. He walked past Sakura and made his way back to the others. The leather from Sakura's gloves tightened from the way she clenched her hands. Is that what this is about? Because I didn't give you your damn dates. Because I hit you. You would risk your whole future just to get back at me? Sakura asked. Naruto paused in his step. Sakura took that chance that she saw. Fine, I'll go on a date with you. But if you just wanted a girl that badly, then why didn't you ever look at Hinata? She's been absolutely crazy about you for years. Sakura claimed. Now that surprised Naruto. Naruto admitted he never really looked at Hinata. She was always so quiet. Then again, that might have also explained why she was so nice to Naruto. Naruto did recall that Hinata did things for him that almost none of the others did. Yet, she never told him anything. Granted, Naruto did wonder. Would he have chosen Hinata if he didn't have the current feelings that he did? Naruto wasn't sure. Okay, Sakura, let's say you're right, that Hinata likes me, it's too late for that. Hinata was never outward about her interest in me like the other girls, including you, were with Sasuke, Naruto said. Sakura stalled. So that means you don't care about how she feels? Sakura asked. Sakura saw the ground crack beneath Naruto's feet. The air suddenly grew heavy. Sakura noticed some of the green trees and grass around the area slowly start to wither and die. The life in their green leaves grew brown and started to snap to the ground. Naruto turned around and Sakura shivered when her friend faced her. His eyes took on a silver color from their regular blue. I am not a mind reader. I'm not a part of the Yamanaka clan, Sakura. I never will be. Do you know what that means? I need to be told things. I grew up not having real experiences with affection. My ideas of affection were pretty damn warped, I'll admit that. I'll call it now, I'm dense. I feel like that was the only accurate judgment you've ever made about me. I didn't notice the subtle things which, as a shinobi, is unacceptable, but don't you dare put Hinata's lack of initiative on me for not noticing, Naruto shot back. Naruto turned around and was ready to walk away, but he gave one more pause when a thought came into his head. As for that date, despite what you might think, Sakura, my entire world doesn't revolve around you and what you think. I have 3 of the most amazing women at my side. 3 women who love me and I love them. I don't need a date with you to be happy like I originally thought. Now, if you're done, I should get back to work. You can see yourself out of the Uzumaki compound, Sakura, Naruto said. Sakura was at a loss for words while she watched Naruto leave. Sakura took in a deep breath and sighed. She watched Naruto leave. She had no words left, and it seemed that Naruto wasn't going to listen to any more of her reasons. Sakura just frowned and turned to leave. She was going to make Naruto see reason, one way or the other. Meanwhile, Naruto returned to the rest of the group. He noticed Shizune and Ebisu still holding the caskets filled with ink. Naruto gave a slow nod. He then turned and he noticed Yura covered in ink. Yura gave Naruto a smile and tried to shake most of the ink. Messy business, isn't it? Yuri asked. Naruto chuckled before he walked up to Yura. Yes, he loved these ladies. Kushina, Yuri, Yura were all Naruto needed. He had the loves of his life. He would do anything he could to protect them. Naruto couldn't stop himself from wrapping his arms around Yura. Yura gasped as suddenly all eyes were on them. Ni-san, what are you, MMPH? Yura felt her breath leave her body as Naruto sealed her lips with his own. Yura's eyes glossed over the pleasant feeling. Naruto even caressed her back and bent them over. Yura could feel the pressure of his chest on her own and she couldn't resist gently touching his cheek. She was surprised Naruto didn't mind the ink on her face, but the way he gently showcased his affection for her. Naruto and Yura's lips smacked away from each other and Yura couldn't stop the blissful sigh that rocked her body. Naruto pulled her and himself up. I love you, Yura-chan. Now and forever, Datbeo. Naruto said before letting her go. Yura couldn't even find the words to reply to Naruto. She honestly wanted to sit down because she felt like her legs were going to fail her at the moment. Naruto smiled at her before he turned around. He noticed people looking at them in utter shock. You want ink in your mouths? Get back to work. Naruto called to everyone. People gasped and got back to work. Naruto smiled as he felt the sun on his face. Maybe he would talk with Hinata about those events that Sakura spoke of, but that wasn't Naruto now. Naruto, now, had a future with 3 lovely Uzumaki females. He wouldn't trade that for anything. Night fell over Konoha. All the work that Naruto and the others had done had been laid to rest. However, within the Uzumaki compound, Naruto and Kushina were given no sleep. Naruto and Kushina dressed in their Hinokan garbs. Naruto strapped his sword to his back and Kushina did the same. Ready? Naruto asked. Kushina gave a nod. Naruto gave a small nod as well. Naruto and Kushina walked out of the house. It was in the dead of night, so most in the Uzumaki compound were resting for the next day's events. The only one not at home was probably Yukimaru as he was out with his team. Naruto hoped Yukimaru was alright. Perhaps Naruto was just having C-rank mission jitters for Yukimaru. Uzumaki luck was kind of scary that way. Anyway, Naruto and Kushina stepped outside. All of the workers had gone home, which left them in front of the house. Naruto closed his eyes. Alright Shin, we're ready. Naruto said, making sure that the Shinigami had heard him. The two stayed in the field for a moment. The soft night air was flowing peacefully. Very well. Stand still and close your eyes, the Shinigami said. Naruto and Kushina were confused on this order, but both did as they were told. Naruto closed his eyes and so did Kushina. Darkness was their field of vision. Neither could see it, but they could feel the Shinigami standing, floating behind them. His yellow, demonic eyes stared at the 2 Uzumaki members. His long, jagged teeth sat menacingly in his mouth, ready to consume any soul he could find. The Shinigami grabbed his robe and opened it. Inside of that robe lay the countless souls of the ruined who dared make their contracts with him, betrayed him, or even angered him. Their cries and screams filled Naruto and Kushina's ears, but they stayed still and kept their eyes closed. The Shinigami wrapped the 2 in his robes and without a word the 3 were gone from their regular plane of existence. There was no trace of them to be found. You may open your eyes now, the Shinigami said. Naruto and Kushina opened their eyes. In front of them was a massive temple. It was one that neither had ever seen before in their life. The temple was very tall. Surrounding it were 5 massive pillars of flame. 2 were at the back, 2 were at the front, in that case behind them at the bottom of a massive staircase, and 1 was on the very top of the temple. All of them burned brightly. Naruto looked up at the entrance of this massive temple. There was a symbol that Naruto couldn't identify. Shin, what is this place? Naruto asked. Kushina seemed interested in the answer to this question as well. Unfortunately, the Shinigami did not answer them, at least not in the way that they hoped. I cannot tell you the name of this place. Even if I chose to, you would never find this place. It exists beyond a realm of your understanding. Uzumaki Naruto, you said you trusted me before, correct? The Shinigami asked. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He turned towards his summon. Kushina stared at the two and Naruto chose to answer. Hi, you've never steered me wrong before, Shin. I know you won't start now, Naruto said. The god of death nodded as he looked up at the temple. Then do not speak. Do not ask questions during this meeting. Merely listen, observe, and make your own thoughts. Allow me to handle all potential matters. You have definitely grown and I am very proud to have offered you my contract, but learn to curb your anger and your hatred. These are not beings that you can contend with, yet. The Shinigami said powerfully. Naruto swallowed a hard lump in his throat, but he nodded. He verbally promised that he would allow Shin to handle all the matters, though Naruto was not sure what matters they were. Yet, Naruto couldn't help but worry. Still, Shin always had a knack for those stupid proverbs or vague lessons. The Shinigami nodded. He then turned to Kushina. You chose to be designated as his valve. Limit the output of his spiritual energy. As much as you can will be helpful, the Shinigami said. Kushina agreed as well. The Shinigami nodded. He then grabbed their wrists. Their skin burned for a moment, but they noticed an odd symbol on it. Naruto glanced back at the temple and noticed that the symbol on their wrist was the same as it was on the temple. This symbol will keep you safe. You will also be masked by its power, assuming you can keep your power in check. I do understand you are both confused, but you must be confused and trust in my judgment. He said. Naruto frowned as did Kushina. Doubt was heavily in their minds, but both remembered how amazing the Shinigami had been to them. Both couldn't believe how much their lives had been changed by the god of death. Nothing that they had currently could not have been done without the god of death, and they remembered that. Naruto agreed and so did Kushina. Good, let's go inside. Stick close to me and do not wander off. There are other beings here besides you, the Shinigami said, ominously. Naruto and Kushina followed after the spirit and into the temple. Once they were inside, Naruto had to hand it to whoever designed the place. They would have loved the Uchiha clan because there was fire everywhere. The floor that they stepped on was an odd material. Naruto wondered if it was marble, but he wasn't sure. It looked a lot sturdier than that. He also couldn't identify the columns that supported the temple. Yet, he and Kushina could see large bowls of iron filled with fire-burning ashes. The snap and crack of the flames resounded in their ears. Naruto and Kushina didn't tarry behind the Shinigami. They kept moving. Naruto didn't know how long they had been walking in this temple, but they soon came to a door. The door was colored in dark material along with small sparkles of gems never seen by Naruto and Kushina's eyes. The Shinigami turned to them one last time. Naruto stared into the spirit's eyes. Naruto gave one last firm nod and the Shinigami opened the door. Naruto and Kushina widened their eyes as there sat a large table in the middle of a massive room. Naruto and Kushina noticed about 4 or 5 people sitting around that table with one vacancy. 2 or 3 women and 2 male, Naruto assumed. You are both relieved. Sit, the Shinigami said a little coldly. Naruto noticed. All eyes were on them, even the occupants at the table. Naruto grabbed Kushina's hand. Both bowed to the Shinigami and made their way up another flight of stairs towards some seats where other beings sat. Neither said a word. The Shinigami kept his eyes on the 5 beings at the table. His eyes flared with annoyance at their faces. He gave a small glance to the left and he noticed Naruto and Kushina take a seat apart from everyone else. He then turned back to the others. Wow, I wasn't actually expecting you to show up, Amaterasu said. Light engulfed the Shinigami. Naruto and Kushina squinted their eyes for a moment, but the light didn't stay for very long, only a couple of seconds. Once the light dissipated, Naruto and Kushina were surprised to no longer see the spectral form that they had seen all their life. No, now they noticed a rather youngish man. He still retained his long white hair, and those strange demonic horns on his head. Yet, both noticed the soulless look in his eyes. Not a single pupil could be seen in them. Naruto noticed how his bangs slide down the side of his face. He was wearing some dark pants, a light full-length kimono. Naruto and Kushina noticed 6 black magatama surrounding his high collar of his kimono. Both also noticed the blade on his left hip. Naruto wondered if that was the same blade that he had kept with him for so many times that Naruto had seen. He's so different, Naruto thought to himself. He was not sure what to make of this new appearance. Yet, Naruto and Kushina continued to listen without disruption. Shin looked over all of his siblings. He noticed Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and Jashin. He also noticed their mother, Kami, sitting at the head of the table. The shinigami softened his gaze at the sight of his mother. It truly had been too long since he gazed on her beauty. "Do not flatter yourself, Amaterasu," the shinigami said before he walked around the table. He passed everyone at the table before the shinigami stood before Kami. Naruto and Kushina watched him hold the lovely, white-haired woman's hand. He then kissed it. "You are still beautiful as ever, mother," the shinigami said. Kami smiled at his affection. "You have done very well for yourself, son. How long has it been since I have seen you without your divine form?" she asked. The shinigami merely kissed her hands once more. "Too long, I fear," Shin said. He then stood up and walked over to one of the open chairs. He didn't give anyone else a fraction of his attention. He sat in his own space. The god of death tapped the table for a couple of seconds. "All right, you brought me here, Amaterasu. What matter could be so important that it would require my attention? Granted, seeing mother's face is always a pleasant feeling, seeing the rest of you wastes more of my time." "Speak," Shin said. Naruto and Kushina found themselves surprised at his irritated tone. Naruto had never known his own summon to be irritated. This was Naruto's first time hear the disdain leak out of Shin's voice. "Watch it, little brother. A portion of this meeting is about your own incompetence as well. You're actually like that Fujin, Sujin, and Raijin couldn't attend to the meeting. They all had something to say about the things you've been up to," Tsukuyomi said. Naruto noticed the woman had amazing silver hair. It kind of reminded him of his mother's hair when she had tried using that mode that Naruto had been learning as well. "HMPH, don't act like you've ever valued those three and their opinions, Tsukuyomi. So how is the protection of that tomb going?" the shinigami asked. Tsukuyomi gave Shin a heated glare, but she didn't rise to his taunt. She just folded her arms and decided to let him speak his mind for now. "Right, well, I don't care about all of your concerns. Hurry on with the meeting. I have other things to do than be around you lot," Susanoo called. Naruto noticed a dark-haired man which matched up with his black eyes. Naruto just watched Kami sighed to herself. "It was really embarrassing to have your own children act like this in front of you." Naruto and Kushina gave another silent glance at each other. Their restriction to speak still solid in their minds. All they had were their thoughts on the matter. Naruto was confused as to this meeting of the gods that he was watching. Naruto had never been that into religion or anything dealing with the gods, but he could say that he had never expected these guys to act so human-like. Naruto didn't know what he had been expecting, but this constant bickering of siblings wasn't it. Still, Naruto wondered why Shin felt the need for Naruto to be here. There wasn't even a lesson Naruto thought to have here. At the very least, Naruto assumed he was supposed to be looking for something else than what was in front of him. "Hey, what's wrong, Susanoo? Don't tell me you're still upset about that mortal my followers killed. I told you it was an accident. How was I supposed to know she was carrying your child? I mean, that's taboo anyway, so it works out for you not to have to deal with the consequences, doesn't it?" Imagine if Kusanada Hime found out, Naruto heard another say. A mop of red hair covered a man's head. Naruto frowned when he saw the near-maddening smirk on the man's face. Everything about the man's posture angered Naruto for an odd reason. This god in front of him, Naruto did not like him. Kushina turned a gaze to her son. She could feel his anger rising. His energy rose in proportion to that anger. Kushina gently placed a hand on her soon-to-be fiancé, calming him. She relegated as much of his power as she could through her back and back into his own, unwilling to let it spill out into the atmosphere. Kushina wondered if this was what the shinigami by her being here. She was so full of Naruto's energy. This would be a battle continually for her to help her son. Everyone in the room shivered as they felt a blast of energy. The table creaked and Naruto stilled at the sheer amount of power and pressure that rolled off Susanoo's body. Naruto wasn't sure why his body froze the way it did. He couldn't even move. All the anger that had accumulated in his body had quickly began to diminish itself in the presence of this immeasurable source of strength. All of the opponents Naruto had ever fought, even the Akatsuki leader, Pain, paled in comparison. "Watch yourself, Jashin. The only reason you even have followers is because of the smile I had on my face when I saw a certain god's little toy rip the soul out of one of your most devoted followers. Yeah, I was watching that scene. That Hidan bastard makes a really interesting scream when he got his soul ripped out, Susanoo said, a challenging smirk on his face. Surprise, for anyone looking, was easy to spot on Naruto's face when he saw the scowl on the face of the god of destruction and hatred. Even Kushina could not hold her surprise at seeing the god of the Jushinist that her son had dealt with. The same god of the man who killed Asuma Sarutobi. Naruto's anger returned, unthwarted by Susanoo's power. He fought to control his breathing and he was thankful that Kushina was helping him with that. Jashin said nothing towards the slight against him, but it was easy to see his irritation, his anger, and his madness in that corrupted smile on his face. Susanoo just snorted and glanced back to the others. Now then, since I have said enough to the problem child, how about we resume this meeting? Susanoo asked. Amaterasu nodded as well. She was wondering when the kids would stop with their insults. The other minor gods watching, along with Naruto and Kushina, watched as Amaterasu stood to her feet. Well said, Susanoo. Very well then, we have 3 things to discuss with each other. The first matter, which is something we all feel needs addressing, is a certain little brother neglecting his duties as were assigned to him. Namely in the taking of one particular soul which has continued to escalate the scales in the realms of living and death. Namely, Shinigami, your apparent closeness and involvement in mortal affairs via the human, Uzumaki Naruto. This topic will now be discussed, Amaterasu said. When attention wasn't on him initially, Shin gave Naruto a side glance. He found the stupefied look on Naruto's face humorous even for someone like him. Yes, Naruto, you must understand that there would be discussions about this and that you would be discussed. Pay attention and observe. This is how gods conduct themselves. Shin said before he gave his full attention to the meeting. He noticed all eyes were on him and the Shinigami raised his robed arms and folded them. Shinigami, you have refused to take the soul of Uzumaki Naruto, despite the fact that his connection to the realm has run out entirely, yet he still walks the plane of existence. Explain yourself, came the voice from Tsukuyomi, who seemed mighty displeased with the situation. To his own credit, Shin was hardly fazed by her displeasure nor did he care about it either way. He merely sat in his chair, allowing Tsukuyomi to get angrier and angrier. Naruto had no idea what Shin's goal was, but he couldn't deny that he found the god of death's uncaring approach to be funny as hell. My actions do not need to be explained to any of you. All you need to know is that I have invested interest in Uzumaki Naruto. It is an interest that warrants him staying alive. Besides, I currently have him on some assignments for me fixing some of your problems. I don't think I have to explain to anyone why there are certain mortals who have learned how to live without that energy source that most of the planet works off of, the Shinigami said. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo were silent for a moment. Naruto could see the look of irritation on Tsukuyomi's face. Naruto wondered if Shin was referring to those guys he and the others had fought a little while ago. Naruto didn't have the full luxury of ripping that bastard regent's soul from his body. Yet, he had escaped and Naruto didn't know where to. In case you've forgotten, we do not directly engage with mortals. You, in your role, are the very limit of that restriction. Tsukuyomi said. The room was still as the sound of laughter filled its halls. The laughter was rough, dark, and a little hollow-ish. Naruto and Kushina watched the Shinigami laugh in amusement of Tsukuyomi's comment. Even Jashin was kind of weirded out by the action. Honestly, Tsukuyomi, you are the absolute last one who would dare lecture me about engaging with mortals. Jashin has granted his most loyal followers freedom from my reign, which I will not allow. Susanoo continues to have his ridiculous affairs with mortal women. We don't interact with mortals, or Tsukuyomi, do you not remember appearing before a certain sage assisting in the sealing of a certain proclaimed rabbit goddess? No, let me assume that this was the sole exception towards the rule, correct? Hey, if I recall, you still keep watch on the civilization up there, correct? The Shinigami asked. From their seats, Naruto turned to Kushina. Kushina could see the unspoken question forming in Naruto's mind. Neither was aware of a so-called rabbit goddess and what made her so dangerous than a god had to get involved with them to try to seal her away. Even more, what did Shin mean about a civilization? Naruto wondered if this was so much more than he was aware of. He couldn't understand it. Those stupid science classes had taught him that there was no life on the moon that they were aware of. Naruto wondered if Shion or any of the scrolls from the temple could help. It had been a while since Naruto saw Shion. That is not the problem here and you know it. The realm has been distorted due to Uzumaki Naruto's tampering with the life pool. Just his actions alone have rewritten destiny. Never mind that even when he was alive before your meddling, his body was even more in tune with the life pool. He needed to die. Yet, you in your selfishness have continued this problem. Susanoo said. Naruto had no idea what a life pool was either. So many terms went through his head as to what that could be, but the fact that even these gods claimed Naruto needed to die because of his affinity to this pool was worrying. You all seem to realize that our mother saw fit to not connect me to the life pool like the rest of you. Given my role in our wonderful structure of our divinity, I do not need to be connected to life pool like the rest of you. You four and the others have always been afraid of change, just like mortals. I have dealt with change all of my existence. You fear the chance I am invoking in Uzumaki Naruto, and you should. What I will have Uzumaki Naruto accomplish while break everything we know. How do I know? Because all my existence I know one thing: those who have chosen to stare at death and shout back at it, have led the most amazing and world-breaking lives. I will not change my decision on this matter regarding Uzumaki Naruto. You can attempt as you like to mess with him, but I am the final arbiter in whether he truly lives or dies. He will continue to live as I have him, the Shinigami said, having said his piece. The entire room was met with silence. Naruto was stunned at the Shinigami's proclamations. Kushina couldn't help looking at Naruto under new observations. She would have to keep a close eye on her future spouse from now on. No one, mortal or god, ever made claims like that and didn't back them up. Kushina wondered what Naruto would be accomplishing, but she couldn't stop this swell of pride that blossomed in her chest. Kushina always felt Naruto was special, both as his lover and as his mother, and now a god was acknowledging that specialness as well. Kami didn't speak. She couldn't recall seeing her youngest son ever enthusiastically speak about a mortal before. Kami had seen everything Naruto had performed. He was an interesting young man. He definitely had a life of hardship, but Kami saw that this is what slowly forged him into a man capable of granting the interest of a god. Kami couldn't help looking into the stands. She eyed the two members on the side. Kami didn't know when the Shinigami got so bold, but this wasn't her meeting. She was just the mediator. If the rest of her children couldn't see through that little trick, then obviously they still had much to learn. There was a reason Shinigami was her favorite son, even if he was most of the time a loner. Kami brought her attention back to her children just in time to see Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu trying so hard for Shinigami to see their reasons about this. Kami couldn't deny she was kind of interested in what Naruto would become as well, and what this meant in the Shinigami's eyes. Hey, well, there's a simple solution to all of this. The little brat's right after all. Then, how about this? How about a compromise? Jashin said. Shin was instantly on edge. Jashin was a murder god. He did not make compromises, and he most definitely didn't care about the order of their structure. Oh, and just what could your tiny little brain come up with? Susanoo asked. Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi seemed interested as well. Jashin just gave a large grin to them before he stood up to his feet. Simple. We just have to equalize out the life pool. The boy recently revived his maternal parent, correct? Well, all we have to do is take one of his living ones. Simple. I have already put the plan into effect, why don't we observe? Jashin said. Kushina bit her lip as she forcefully pushed her son's energy down. She couldn't even register her shock. Kushina turned to Naruto and she could see him with his hands bleeding against each other as he balled them into fists. His hair quickly gained that silvery color that Kushina saw him try to perfect. His eyes were flaring with anger as Jashin pulled open a portal. Naruto and Kushina watched as their Uzumaki compound came into view. Both heard some of the minor gods muttering to themselves. Naruto and Kushina then watched the portal open up into a room, and Shin gave Naruto a look. He was the closest to Naruto. The others were most likely not used to sensing Naruto's power, and Shin was probably masking it with his own, but Shin could feel the anger rolling off Naruto's body. Shin understood Naruto's anger very well. The portal showed a masked male, madness set in his eyes, as he held a scythe over Yuri's body. Yuri slept soundly without fault. Naruto's anger and, in portion, his power continued rising. The portal then showed another room, and everyone watched another portal open. Then there was a masked female holding two large daggers over Yuri's body. Yuri slept in her own bed just as peacefully as Yuri. Naruto's body placed his hands over his face. He could feel himself trembling. See, easy. Now then, tell me, Shinigami, how many people has Uzumaki Naruto revived? Jashin asked. Shin said nothing. He was no pleased with Jashin's tomfoolery and Shin was going to make sure that there was compensation for his, but right now he was concerned with trying to cover Naruto's rage. Kushina was doing what she could, but Shin wondered if perhaps he had been wrong earlier. Naruto was progressing even faster than Shin had realized. Jashin chuckled upon Shin's silence. Obviously, Uzumaki Naruto was not just a passing interest for the Shinigami. Well, if you don't want to tell us, that's fine. We do know that it was more than 2. So, I think these 2 will suffice. That seems fair, wouldn't you all say? The life pool can be evened out soon enough and Uzumaki Naruto will have done nothing wrong, Jashin said. All eyes were on the portal. Kami gave one last look to her lone son before she turned around as well. Shin didn't glance at the portal. He turned around and made Naruto's eyes focus on him. He could see the anger and rage in Naruto's eyes. Shin's gaze hardened. Naruto stared at Shin. He wanted to go down there. He wanted to shout at those fucking gods for even daring to think about that suggestion, but the look in Shin's eyes stopped him. Naruto could feel his power rising. He could feel he was going to get them all in a deep pit of trouble, but watching those weapons so close to Yura and Yuri was nearly too much for him to handle. Naruto sucked in a breath and closed his eyes. Kushina kept her grip on her son's hand, forcing down his energy as much as she could. Uzumaki Naruto, how much do you trust me? The Shinigami asked. Naruto stiffened. He stared up at the god of death. The way the godly being floated in the sky almost made him even more divine than Naruto remembered. His summon, the god of death, was asking if Naruto could even trust him. Truthfully, Naruto would have said no, if he was just starting out, but Naruto, in an odd way, found himself a better guidance in the god of death than he probably pictured. This being guided him, helped him, strengthened him, and disciplined him time and again even when Naruto didn't have all the answers. Naruto wished those eyes were so cold-looking, but Naruto could feel beneath that gaze. He needn't ask why. Hi, you haven't steered me wrong before. I don't think you're going to do it now, Datbeo. Naruto replied, a firm nod to confirm his thoughts. Shin's eyes hardened and he closed his eyes. Naruto tightened his grip against his hand even further. Uzumaki Naruto, you said you trusted me before, correct? The Shinigami asked. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He turned towards his summon. Kushina stared at the two and Naruto chose to answer. Hi, you've never steered me wrong before, Shin. I know you won't start now, Naruto said. The god of death nodded as he looked up at the temple. Then do not speak. Do not ask questions during this meeting. Merely listen, observe, and make your own thoughts. Allow me to handle all potential matters. You have definitely grown and I am very proud to have offered you my contract, but learn to curb your anger and your hatred. These are not beings that you can contend with, yet. The Shinigami said powerfully. Naruto swallowed a hard lump in his throat, but he nodded. He verbally promised that he would allow Shin to handle all the matters, though Naruto was not sure what matters they were. Yet, Naruto couldn't help but worry. Still, Shin always had a knack for those stupid proverbs or vague lessons. The Shinigami nodded. He then turned to Kushina. You chose to be designated as his valve. Limit the output of his spiritual energy. As much as you can will be helpful, the Shinigami said. Kushina felt Naruto's grip on her lesson. She turned to him and she watched Naruto give a calming breath. Slowly, she could feel the strain of trying to keep Naruto's power under control lessen as his eyes steeled forward. Yeah, you've never let me down before. I know you'll keep them safe, Shin. Naruto thought. The silver flow of his hair settled as Naruto took another calming breath. Naruto watched, listened, and he observed. Shin recognized Naruto's level of trust. To entrust what was most dear to him into the hands of the Shinigami while the gods played with the lives of mortals made Shin truly have no regrets about the path he had taken with Naruto and would continue to guide him down. Shin turned back to the portal. Everyone heard Jashin snap his fingers. The sound ran through the room and as if by some innate instinct everyone watched the two servants of Jashin raise their weapons into the air. For the life pool, right Shinigami? Jashin asked. Naruto never imagined those weapons going down slower than he had ever seen them before. Everyone watched with bated breath. Jashin's smirk grew wider and wider. The blades came down further and further. Suddenly a massive clash resounded through everyone's ears. The blades struck, but they were instantly repelled. Naruto and Kushina were still as the Jashinists widened their eyes. Jashin was stunned into silence before the two tried again. Stab and stab they tried to do, but they could not hurt any part of Yura nor Yuri. It was then that a massive light showed between the Jashinists and the two Uzumaki females. A sealed barrier erected itself between them, and it prevented both young women from being harmed. Shinigami, what is the meaning of this? Jashin asked. He turned around and quickly found a blade at his throat. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi and Susanoo watched the long blade in surprise as Shin sat in his chair. You truly have some nerve, Jashin. I have already made arrangements with Uzumaki Naruto concerning the life pool, yet you would dare threaten my domain that has been placed under my protection is truly interesting. I had no idea you suddenly grew up the nerve to battle me, the Shinigami said as he stood to his feet. Jashin snarled. Your protection. You would protect mortals. You, the symbol of death, would protect life. Jashin asked. The Shinigami was not fazed by this comment. Instead he pulled back his blade and stabbed it into the table. Only by experiencing death, do you realize how precious life is. From the most violent atrocities that result in death to the humblest acceptances that one has lived their life to the fullest without regrets, I am present. For all under witness, the Uzumaki clan and all clan affiliated with them on non-lethal terms shall be under my jurisdiction. If you feel to challenge my authority on this matter, I am more than willing to make arrangements, if Mother agrees to it. So, Jashin, I suggest you call off your members immediately. I might be the youngest here, but I am still the strongest of all present at the moment, aside from Mother, the Shinigami said. Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi were silent. Susanoo was as well. Jashin growled, but Naruto and Kushina noticed that both Jashinists were nowhere to be found. Naruto was completely remodeling the ceiling matrix when he got back. For now, Naruto just content to watch two of the Uzumaki girls continue to sleep without alarm. Naruto felt just a tad bit happier. You overstep your bounds, Shinigami. If you want to fight then you are more than welcome to. Everyone in the room was instantly silenced by an overwhelming aura. It silenced Susanoo's speak and drew everyone's attention to it. Everyone turned to Kami. She had the brightest smile on her face, yet immeasurable power dripped from the lines of her body forcing all to respect its authority. Kami placed her hands on the table gently. She then glanced at her 5 children who surrounded the table that could be there for the meeting. I do believe we have spoken upon this issue long enough, Susanoo. Do keep in mind that you are all very busy as am I. Now, as the mediator I feel we have gotten off course from our objectives. Therefore, I grant Shinigami his authority provided his agreement with his mortal continues. No matter what I believe none of us wish for the life pool to be done away with. I have made my decision. Move towards the next matter unless you wish to take a visit towards the Daikarin realm. I'm sure you may argue there, Kami said, peacefully, which had everyone on edge. None of the gods made a motion to speak about the current matter. No one talked back to Kami and got away with it. While they were all a bit egotistical, everyone knew better than to try and test her patience. So, Amaterasu released a breath and grumbled. Shinigami will be allowed to continue in his affairs. We have spent a considerable amount of time on this subject. Time is moving faster than we perhaps anticipated, so we will pick up this discussion at another favorable moment. I will call the intermission of this meeting until the past of 1 mortal month. I will just leave everyone with something to think about. Someone knew the word of unsealing. The calamity has been unraveled, Amaterasu said. Most of the minor gods gasped in utter disbelief. Some couldn't resist speaking with each other while the Shinigami frowned. That did not bode well for either them nor for what he had planned for Naruto. Yet, Shinigami wondered if telling Naruto this significance would wind up deterring him. So far, the calamity was still bound to its original form. So, there was no real need to absolutely go looking for her just yet. Plus, Naruto wasn't strong enough to face her just yet. A shame, Shin was sure that if calamity were not so, herself then Shin was sure that she would have liked Naruto. Shin perished the thought. Soon enough, the gods filed out, Susanoo with a passing threat to Jashin, who looked exceedingly irritated with the events that had transpired. Neither Amaterasu nor Tsukuyomi said a word to each other and left to get back to their duties, as did Susanoo. Jashin filed out too. Naruto and Kushina watched the minor gods vanish without a trace. Nothing was left in the room except for Naruto, Kushina, the Shinigami, and Kami. When did you find out? Shin suddenly asked. He was looking at Cammy and her luminous smile. She leaned forward for a moment. Now son, do you really believe that is beyond my power to sense others? There is more than one way of sensing others besides their innate power. Bring them down, and take off that silly cloak of theirs. I would like a good look at what has interested you so, Cammy said. Shin frowned for a moment, but turned around. He motioned for Naruto and Kushina to present themselves. Naruto and Kushina seemed unsure, but they made their way down the steps. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat while Kushina straightened herself up a little more. Soon both were in front of the god of all gods. Shinigami dropped the cloak covering them, which allowed for Cammy to have an unhindered look at Naruto Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki. Her eyes roamed every corner of their bodies. Neither was sure what to say or if they were even allowed to say anything. Naruto, especially after all the hardship he went through to keep from trying to break his sword into that damn Jashin's skull, didn't want his mouth ruining anything for Shin. Cammy looked over them both as Shin stood off to the side. For once, Shin wished Naruto would have said something. He didn't have to act so stiff. Yet, Shin could understand their thoughts. His mother could be an imposing figure for first-timers. Cammy chuckled, which brought everyone to her gaze. Shinigami, as I said, there are many ways to sense someone besides their innate fighting strength. It's something that all of my kids have struggled with. One of the very reasons I noticed them right away was the love this young man has for his mother. Yes, I sense a deep familial love there, but I also sense the love of an eternal partner and supporter. It's a very deep love, one that I find to be fading out as this world grows more and more violent. You can tell from his posture. Just look at the way he is slightly in front of her. Though he understands my position, he has still put himself in such a manner that if I did do anything untoward them he would not hesitate in immediately protecting her, Cammy said. Naruto choked on his own words for a response, much to Kushina's amusement. Then look at her next to him. She fully supports him and she fully acknowledges his decisions. She has learned that while life takes you in different directions, all that truly matters is the idea. In the end, the choices that you seek to make are your own. If my untowardness did happen, then I do not think it so far-fetched that she would rush to his support. Shin, look at the way her body naturally leans to his dominant side. She sees him as the dominant figure and she is happy about it. Her posture tells that she is looking forward to a long-lasting adventure with this person next to her. Naruto gazed at Kushina in almost utter shock. Kushina turned to the side, a little embarrassed. She hadn't known she was doing those things. It was just instinctual. Cammy chuckled at their bodily responses. Why would you two be embarrassed? Stand up straight and be proud. Though I admit your affection is vastly different and most, even I, would consider it inappropriate, I respect your decision to do so. So be proud of the decisions that you make because others will not do it for you, Cammy said. Naruto couldn't resist and he took Kushina's hand. She felt so warm. Naruto truly loved this woman next to him. Cammy gave another smile and pointed it at her son. Do you also know how I found out? Shinigami, I won't lie to you. It probably makes me a horrible mother, but you are my favorite child. You have always been the most responsible, the most mature, the most understanding, and the most dutiful in your role. I have missed you, but I do see your reasons of why you don't come to these meetings. Shinigami, my son, how I found them out is because none of my children have a love that connects these two together. Everyone bickering and arguing with each other. That is not something I like to see, Cammy said. Naruto noticed how silent the Shinigami had become. His eyes mellowed out as he listened to his mother's words. She stood up. Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina, there are more than you know watching you. Shinigami, you might not realize it, but you have helped them cultivate that love that I sense. Continue to do that for them. I feel down the road, they will need it, Cammy said. She then stood before Naruto, towering over him and Kushina. Naruto underestimated just how tall she had been. This lady was a giant. He and Kushina watched Cammy lean down. What she did next surprised Shin, Naruto and Kushina when she lightly brushed her lips over Naruto's forehead. Naruto gasped for a moment as something he couldn't explain soared through his body, if only for a moment. She then proceeded to do the same thing to Kushina. Kushina felt that something as well, but she couldn't grab a hold of it fast enough. You have found yourself two wonderful mortals, Shin. Continue to teach Uzumaki Naruto, and help Uzumaki Kushina. You are dismissed, Cammy said. A massive array of lights forced Naruto and Kushina to cover their eyes. It was just so bright that neither dared open their eyes for that time. Soon the light faded enough to allow Naruto and Kushina to open their eyes. They could feel grass on their feet. We're back at the house? Naruto asked. Indeed, they were in front of their clan's compound just outside the front door from when they had left. Naruto and Kushina turned to face the shinigami. He was looking down at them. That demonic form of his had returned. Neither was sure when that happened, but oddly enough they were even more comfortable with this form than the previous one. You both have questions. It's very obvious that you do. I will answer these questions, but at a later date. I can understand just how confused you are, especially you Naruto. I also see you are still very upset at these most recent actions. Still, you have done exceedingly well as I had instructed you. For that, I will offer my gratitude. I have to see toward other matters currently, but the next time we are able I will grant you the answer you wish. Continue in your progression, Shikyo, the shinigami said. Naruto wanted to argue, but it was so late and Naruto was kind of tired. All his rage had left him tired of the day when he was done. Got it, you know what you're doing Shin. I'll just ask later, Naruto said. The shinigami's gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment. Honestly, still an interesting young man that the shinigami still wasn't fully figuring out. He couldn't help being amused by these thoughts. He slowly faded out until he could no longer be seen, which left Naruto and Kushina alone. Weird night Databane, Kushina said, a little embarrassed suddenly. Kushina didn't hear Naruto give a reply. She turned to her son and Kushina gasped as Naruto covered her lips with his own. Kushina was overwhelmed by the sense of pleasure that Naruto suddenly shot at her. Naruto kissed her with such force that she leaned back and both of them fell into the grass. Kushina could feel Naruto's tongue strike her own. Naruto brushed her soft red hair. He loved the way it glided through his hand just like silk. Kushina panted when Naruto parted. I love you, Kushina Uzumaki. I love you so much, Datbeo. Naruto gave Kushina the widest grin she had ever seen him give. She was surprised that he literally threw his desires in her face. Naruto then kissed her again. I know we can't have sex because of the Uzumaki wedding thing, but I tried so hard not to smile when I heard her say those things about you. Thanks. Thanks for being one of the best things in my life. Naruto said happily. Kushina huffed her chest. She fired back a smile. I love you too, Sochi. Kushina said. Naruto grinned at the smooth tone of her voice. Naruto leaned forward and kissed her one more time. Kushina was much more reciprocating of this one as she gently wrapped her arms around Naruto's hair. Kushina panted lustfully as Naruto sucked on her lower lips. Honestly, she loved this young man on top of her. This young man, her son, she truly loved him. Naruto and Kushina resisted every urge to not consummate their latest affection for each other. With much disappointment, they tore from each other and Naruto allowed Kushina up. So, what happens now? Kushina asked. Kushina watched the lovely smile on her son's face quickly vanish. It was replaced by a hard frown and an angry glare. Naruto stood to his feet. I'm going to go have a talk with Ba-chan, you go get some rest. I'll be back later, Naruto said. Kushina watched Naruto spin on his heels and make his way back towards the village. Kushina watched Naruto leave. She wanted to go with him, but Naruto had such a presence that Kushina felt she could give absolute trust to. Kushina sighed and made her way back into the house. Now she had to find some way of dealing with this obvious arousal. Right now, Kushina hated this damn Uzumaki engagement ritual. Naruto hopped across the rooftops of houses in the various districts around Konoha. He couldn't get that image of those two Jashinists standing over Yuri and Yura. He had no idea how they even managed to get into the compound. Naruto and Kushina had worked tirelessly on that ceiling matrix. It shouldn't have been possible for them to have gotten close to those two, let alone inside the compound. Honestly, Jashin and his dumbass cult were starting to piss Naruto off. Naruto came to the Hokage mansion. Luckily, the lights were still on. Naruto bashed the doors open and didn't bother with the receptionist nor the staff, which looked at him like he had lost his mind. Naruto ran up the stairs. Naruto quickly came up to the door that housed the Hokage behind it. Naruto wasted no time with the pleasantries and banged on the door. Ba-chan, open the damn door, Naruto called. Some of the people actually cowered in fear of the possible repercussions that would face Naruto for acting in such a way. The door was blasted off the hinges and into the wall behind Naruto. "Stop shouting, you damn brat. Do you have any idea what time it is? What do you want?" bellowed Tsunade loud enough to rock the whole mansion. Tsunade stared so hard into Naruto's eyes that Naruto almost wondered if she was trying to get him to burst into flames. Still, Naruto didn't pursue those thoughts. He stared at Tsunade. "Sorry Ba-chan, but we have a problem," Naruto said. Tsunade, still mad, raised an eyebrow. She really hoped this wasn't one of Naruto's stupid antics again. She had to put in double overtime for this damn job and it wasn't making her happy in the slightest. "Oh really? And just what problem do we have?" Tsunade asked, very irritated. It was then, for that moment, Tsunade almost thought Minato was staring at her when Naruto gave her a glare that stilled her rage. "There are Jashinists in Konoha. Konoha's been compromised," Naruto said. Words could not explain what was going through Tsunade's mind once those words left Naruto's lips. Jashin snarled as stood on top of one of his temples that his followers had founded. "Damn you, Shinigami. You piece of shit. You can't protect that damn brat forever. I'll make sure you regret challenging my authority. That damn seal protected those mortals' mates. I suppose a little revenge isn't so bad every once in a while," Jashin thought to himself. He paced himself back and forth for a little while. Pretty soon, he felt his power increase if only steadily. Someone had been offering him praise. Jashin glanced down from one of the open crevices of the hidden temple. Jashin snorted. So, that old man was offering praise again. Jashin sighed. He hadn't intended for the old guy to survive as long as he did, but call Jashin what you wanted, but he a god who did not leave his followers unaware of his appreciation for their loyalty to him. The old man had been an even bigger devout Jashinist than even Hidan. Jashin actually had to admit that even by his standards Hidan had enjoyed killing even before Jashin took notice of him. Jashin knew Hidan used his religion to perform whatever debased acts he wanted that involved killing. Jashin was fine with that. He didn't care if people didn't take his religion as seriously as they probably said they did, but this man below him had done it so much. Jashin forgot how many years this man had been alive. Jashin doubted he cared for the decrepit-looking mortal, but he wasn't about to let him die until he got all the use out of him that he could. Jashin clicked his tongue for a second. He stared at his supposed priest, and he suddenly got an idea, a great idea. Jashin suddenly grew the evilest grin on his face. He found a wonderful way to deal with the brat and the Shinigami at the same time. Jashin quickly channeled his energy into the statue that had been made of his symbol. The priest widened his eyes as the symbol bursted in dark purple fire. The fire flew into the air and swirled around just over the old man's head. The fire then scored the ground around him until it formed the same upside-down triangle of his symbol. The old man seemed joyful to Jashin's antics. Jashin grinned. Sorry, he always had a flair for the dramatic. Jashin manifested his will into the fire and stared at the priest. "Your will be done, Jashin-sama," he said. Jashin smirked to himself. As always should be the case. "Hear me, priest, your role is most crucial," Jashin said. The old man listened to every single word that spilled out of Jashin's mouth. His eyes grew wider and wider, but he couldn't stop the maddening grin on his face. The old man agreed without hesitation. Once that was finished, Jashin left from the fire and the room returned to normal. Jashin watched the priest walk off. Jashin slowly nodded. "Just you wait, Shinigami. I'll make you and your little project pay for daring to come against me," Jashin said to himself. His dark laughs echoed through the darkness. You have taken us here. What purpose could you have in being here?" Karura asked. She hated still being contained, but she couldn't do much until she gathered up the remains of her chakra that had been scattered during her combat with Kagaya and those troublesome beings that she hadn't accounted for. The regent grinned underneath his mask. "Have no fear, Karura-sama. I am merely instilling a plan where we can recover some of your chakra. There are large concentrations of your chakra within this particular area. Once we find you a proper host that you can take over, then we'll continue forward," the regent said. Karura frowned, but merely sighed and decided to listen to the man, though she still found him insufferable. "And you believe that this arrangement that you have with these contacts of yours will achieve this?" Karura asked. The regent gave her a nod as he continued walking through the darkness towards the meeting point. His thoughts were his own and he entertained Karura's questions about what he was hoping to achieve. The regent was a little amused when a kunai sailed by his mask. He gave a small chuckle as it lodged itself into a tree behind him. Hostile, hostile. Has anyone told you that it is rude to throw things? The regent asked. From the darkness, the regent's grin underneath his mask widened further, as he noticed Shimura Danzo come out of the shadows. You might not be aware, but you have accrued a massive bounty from Konoha. Had you not been the ones to call me out here, then I would have used your bounty for more of my research. I still have my shinobi working where they need to, Danzo said. The regent chuckled to himself for a moment. Yes, I can tell, but why not tell our other friends? You are not the only person I invited to our little meeting. Isn't that right, Tsuchikage Dono? Danzo and the regent turned to the left and both were not surprised when the Tsuchikage along with two shinobi at his side came from the darkness as well. The Tsuchikage glared at the both of them fiercely. I try to make it a habit of not conversing with criminals, but I suppose anyone can make an exception. This better be good, Akatsuki. In case you have forgotten, but you are still on Iwagakure's list for the deaths of Han and Roshi, Onoki said with a hard frown. Danzo and the regent could see that both shinobi on the side of the Tsuchikage were ready to engage as soon as the man gave the order. Do have some measure of belief in me, Tsuchikage Dono. What we will discuss here today is a matter of much more significance than two simple jinchuriki, the regent said. Onoki definitely didn't like how this man just disregarded two of his shinobi, but he curbed his hate for the greater issue. He had bothered to show up to this meeting and he didn't feel like getting into a fight if he could avoid it. Oh, and just what could this issue be that would be much more impactful than two simple jinchuriki? Danzo asked curiously. The regent slowly gave another smirk behind his mask. How funny, the thing about humans, they were too interested in things out of their control for their own destruction. The regent reached for his mask. Simple, gentlemen, the world will be torn asunder. No living thing will walk its grounds. No human, no animal, and no greenery. The only way we can make sure that this doesn't happen, the regent said, and he took off his mask. Danzo nearly lost all breath in his body while Onoki widened his eyes. The regent glared at them. His blue eyes flaring in power. Is to burn the current Konoha to the ground. The regent said with a sharp grin. His words blew chills down Danzo and Onoki's back. (3721). Chapter 57. Quote, you build on failure. You use it as a stepping stone. Close the door on the past. You don't try to forget the mistakes, but you don't dwell on it. You don't let it have any of your energy, or any of your time, or any of your space. By Johnny Cash. A team of Inuzuka littered the Uzumaki compound. The sounds of canines barking and scampering through the land were abundant. There was also a small team of Hyuga, Aburame and even some other expert trackers that didn't come from the clans. Each one of them checked around the compound for any evidence that they could find. On the outside of the Uzumaki compound, everyone was awake, allowing Konoha to conduct their searches. Riza, Gurren, and Fuka had decided to aid in the investigation. Naruto stood by Yura and Yuri. Both girls seemed a tad shaken by the events that Naruto had spoken about with them. It only made them thank the Shinigami even more for his eternal protection. Naruto definitely told them that it was thanks to Shin that they hadn't been harmed, but Naruto disclosed nothing about the meeting he and his mother had gone to. It was best not to overload them with that knowledge for right now. Still, the fact that they were right next to him made Naruto happy enough. Odd that they were able to pass through an Uzumaki barrier. It's not something the average or even the above-average shinobi is capable of. Hell, even when the Uzumaki were a more established power, even cage-level shinobi had at least some measure of difficulty against Fuinjutsu. I have to say I feel stumped here. First time in a while, Kuromaru's been stumped, Tsun said. She moved forward and took a spot next to Tsunade and Kushina. Tsunade frowned and folded her arms underneath her ample bosom. Kushina was not pleased with this recent news. Tsun's words weren't an exaggeration. It was hard to break Uzumaki. Fuinjutsu wasn't an easy thing to defeat. Granted, it wasn't impossible, but it was very uncommon to do so. The fact that Kushina saw these people not only get into the compound but also stand so close to Yuri and Yura that they could nearly kill them was not something that Kushina was pleased about. After all, Kushina had made that security matrix along with her son. Were they getting too content? Kushina wondered if that was the case. We haven't found anything either. No chakra residue, no emitters of chakra, and no decay in the environment's natural chakra field. Whoever they claim they saw really had to have done an above expert job. But for Jashinists to do this, I'm sorry to say that I find it hard to believe. It just doesn't fit their profile if we base them off former Akatsuki member, Hidan. He wasn't one to hide or sneak from his enemies. He always tortured them before killing them, Hazashi said, coming from his part of the search. That hardly means no one was here. There are many ways to erase the chakra residue from the landscape, and we've seen firsthand that apparently the fundamentals of the shinobi world are being unraveled since there are now humans without chakra in their systems. I don't think I need to explain the implications that would have against a clan like the Hyuga, Tsunade said. Hazashi didn't deign a response, though he was considerably less pleased than he was a moment ago. It took about a whole hour for all of the shinobi in the vicinity to reconvene. Naruto was not pleased to learn that each person had said pretty much the same thing. They said that there was essentially no trace of the intruders and all attempts would have to be halted for another time. Naruto would have liked to speak more on the issue, but he stayed his tongue, something that surprised him actually. Naruto had to remember they weren't dealing with an average enemy anymore. Naruto was dealing with gods, and if the gods didn't want someone found, then one wouldn't find them unless another intervened. Naruto was beginning to learn that. Though, that didn't mean he had to like it. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose before she called Naruto and Kushina over. Looks of displeasure marred their faces, and Tsunade couldn't exactly blame them. The entire day had been spent going around in circles. It was one lead turned into false assumption. There was the case of someone believing that they had something concrete before being brought to the ground of reality based on Kushina's knowledge of the sealing arts. This, in turn, led to a couple of irrational arguments. However, those arguments never lasted very long under the weight of Naruto's aura in defense of his mother, soon-to-be wife. Tsunade noticed that none of this was helping anyone, which is why she decided to release everyone from their duties. She could also tell that Naruto, in particular, was having a rough time with these recent developments. Tsunade wasn't pleased either. As much as she didn't interact with them as she probably should have, Tsunade was still at least part Uzumaki. Having her ancestors' family targeted wasn't making her a happy Hokage. That, plus the fact that these murderous bastards were in her village, wasn't doing well for her mood as well. So, what do you plan to do now? Tsunade asked. She wondered if she even needed to. The look in Naruto's eyes told her what he wanted to do, but, strange as it was, perhaps Kushina was right for Naruto. The brat was thinking with more than just his gut this time. He really was turning into a splendid shinobi. Though Tsunade, honestly, wished he would come to his senses with this whole, blatant incest thing. Yet, Tsunade wouldn't go into her own thoughts on the matter. Well, the primary thing is Yuri-chan and Yura-chan's safety. I'm glad they're alright. I didn't see any injuries either. So that's good. Still, I'm going to take a look at that sealing matrix around the compound. Kushina, can you go see Hiyashi? I wanted to quickly ask his opinion on this. I could have asked either Neji or Hazashi, but Hiyashi's been a good friend and I'd like to continue that. If you can see him, then that would be awesome, Naruto said. Kushina had no problems with this. She took a glance at Yuri and Yura for a moment. Yes, I could see how Hiyashi is doing. It gives me a moment to check on Hanako as well. Though, we still need to train Yuri. The hosting for the Chunin exams in Sunagaku is in under 2 weeks. We have to make the travel plans as well as finish Yuri's training, Kushina said. Naruto agreed with that as well. He really wanted to see what Yuri had done, which impressed the Sanbi so much. It sounded very amazing, which moved Naruto's heart every time he learned that it had been for his sake that she strove so hard. Sorry, but there is actually a correction I need to make to you both, Tsunade said. This got Naruto and Kushina to turn around to the Hokage. Unfortunately, there has been a decision regarding political affairs, and a strict council that I cannot go into has decided that Iwagakure will be the host for this year's Chunin exam, Tsunade said. As expected, she found looks of skepticism written on their faces. Why? Kushina asked. If one could understand the deep laying of her words, anyone could have seen the distrust in her voice. Perhaps it was reasonable. Kushina did not have a current like for Iwagakure. It was hardly in her mind that she hated them too. Kushina had a relative neutrality for Iwagakure. She did not hate them and truly bore them no real ill will, but unless Naruto asked her otherwise she wouldn't go out risking her neck if their village burned to the ground. That remains to be seen actually. I have some investigations going on into the matter, but nothing concrete. There are only rumors that the son of a family member in the Earth Daimyo's court married a noblewoman from Sunagaku. There isn't much more than that, but people are filling in those details. I know Gaara hasn't been happy about it, but there isn't a lot we can do except go with the flow. Tsunade said. Naruto and Kushina frowned, but Naruto hoped that this wasn't anything too unusual. He realized that this was indeed wishful thinking, but that's what he hoped for. Forgive Naruto if he wasn't in the mood for another fight like the one he had about a week or two ago. Truth be told, he still felt sore from that time. Speaking of that, I want you both to be available at the end of the week. Now, I have to get back to the office. Oh, and Naruto, how is Shizune doing? Tsunade asked. Naruto blinked for a moment before he released a sigh. She has some trouble sleeping and I think about sending her to Ino's dad or someone else, but I also noticed that she's been spending a lot of time with Ebisu. Actually, what's going to happen to Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon? I haven't gotten the chance to see any of them, Naruto said. He watched Tsunade's face harden if only for a moment. She then rubbed one of her shoulders. I told Konohamaru that Ebisu had some issues in his teaching style so they would be given a new instructor. The brat really takes after you. It took like a half hour of shouting and knocking him on the damn head to stop shouting at me. I set them up with Genma for the time being. He didn't like it, but I don't have a whole lot of options. It'll at least do for a month or two. Also, I would like you to tell Fuka to come to my office before the end of the day, Tsunade said. She then began to walk away from the Uzumaki compound. Once Tsunade was out of sight, Naruto took Kushina's hands. He slowly placed kisses on each one of his mother's fingers. Kushina sighed in bliss. What's wrong? Naruto asked. Kushina bit her lip for a moment before she released a frustrated groan. She then brushed a hand through her lovely hair. Kushina then gave her son a chaste kiss on his lips. I don't like this. It's too much of a coincidence. What would Iwagakure benefit from in hosting the Chunin exams in place of Sunagaku? Perhaps this is my deep-seated distrust for the nation merely rearing its ugly head, Databane. I just hope that old bastard isn't up to his tricks again. Alright, I'll be going. I'll be back soon, Kushina said. What quickly followed was a heavy gasp from her when Naruto smacked her ass. I'll be waiting, dearest mom. Naruto said. Kushina sent him what he assumed to be a challenging look. Oh, trust Kushina, Naruto was more than willing to finish what he started. She just had to name the time and the place. Suddenly, Kushina turned around and stood before Naruto. You such a dirty boy, Naruto. Have you no respect for your mother? Kushina asked. She watched Naruto inhale the air through his nostrils with his eyes tightly closed. Kushina smiled, but she stopped her ministrations. Naruto released a small breath of lust. He couldn't help giving his mother a smile. Kushina returned his smile before she winked and walked off. Naruto turned around and noticed Yuri and Yura staring at him. Yura's blush filled her face while Yuri held an equally lustful smile, but as much as Naruto wanted it, he still had to remember their vows as Uzumaki in their culture's marriage ritual. No sex until after the wedding. Naruto wanted to do anything, but that wouldn't be happening. Oni-sama, why do you torture yourself like that? Yura asked. Naruto smirked. Like what? I'm fine, Yura-chan. Come on, Yuri-chan, we're going to blow off some steam, Datbeo. And before you ask, it's training. Naruto said when he saw the look of joy, or lust, on her face. Yuri slowly picked herself up and dusted some of the dirt off her clothes. She flipped a finger at Naruto's neck and slowly ran a finger over his skin. Naruto released a steady breath for a response. Oh, you can train me anytime you like, Ni-chan. I can handle the pain, Yuri said before she started walking over to the training grounds, a slight sway in her hips. It drove Naruto so wild. Naruto then quickly kissed Yura on the lips and ran off to go and train Yuri. This left Yura as the only one in the fields of the compound for a moment. Yura sighed and picked herself up. As she watched Naruto rush off to the training grounds with her sister, Yura couldn't help wondering just what Naruto found attractive in her anyway. She wasn't fiery like Kushina tended to be. She wasn't free-spirited like her sister tended to be, and she wasn't even as active in her shinobi career as everyone else in the house. Honestly, Yura wondered if it was better she wasn't with Naruto. It would do well for him in the long run. With another reserved sigh, Yura walked back into the house and closed the door behind her. Onoki frowned as he looked the stack of papers in front of him. You're sure this is a good idea? I had to pull a lot of leeway for that stunt. Why must I host these exams? Onoki asked. Behind him, looking out the window, the regent glanced down at Iwagakure. Behind his mask, his eyes watched the citizens in their deluded peace. Such fleeting flowers of insolence. The regent remembered when he used to be like these people. That was such a worthless time. Yet, he supposed that it was times like this that these people treasured most because soon there would be naught but despair, but that was only if the blanket of security which was the 5 great nations were done away with and the first to fall would be Konoha. It had to be. Have no fear, Tsuchikage, we all have our role to play in the preservation of the world. Your Chunin exams are just one step in a grander scheme. If you would like to see your village prosper during these times of utter ruin, then I would suggest that we attempt to prepare for the matters at hand. However, if you would define your need for a reason, then we can merely call it enticement. Iwagakure was the first nation to have the other 4 all compete in the same stage. Such a fruitful competition, if I do so recall. The regent said. Onoki frowned at these words, but the Tsuchikage didn't say anything. Truth be told, Onoki did not believe all of this guy's story, but the person who Onoki saw behind that mask made him question the direction of shinobi history. Yet, for him to be here meant that something awful was going to come to the world. If you have this power that you claim, then why do you not rid yourself of Konoha on your own? I doubt after the experiences you have spoken of that you would hold an attachment to the village. Onoki said. The regent slowly smiled to himself. An interesting question. Perhaps it would be best to say, prophecies and peace, are truly in the eye of the beholder, the regent said. Onoki gave a pause to the man's voice. He almost sounded very melancholy at the moment. Yet, Onoki could see no facial expression from the man's mask. You have lost people to Konoha? Onoki asked. The regent chuckled. He then turned around. Do not worry yourself so about my endeavors and my past, Tsuchikage Dono. Merely rest assured that we all have and will lose much if we do not complete our objective. However, yes, I have lost much to Konoha. More than most actually. Tell me, Tsuchikage Dono, what do you think define morals? The regent asked. Onoki blinked at the odd question, but he closed his eyes for a moment to think on the subject. Most would define morals as the rules and laws which seek to govern human instinct versus the human consciousness of what is right or wrong in the sight of one or more individuals. They are lessons which foretell of the consequences that befall negative actions and benefit positive response, Onoki said. He was sure he didn't have to be so technical about it, but the masked man asked after all. Yes, I do suppose that is true. But, if that is so true, then where must morals stand on killing? The 5 nations and all the minor nations have committed great atrocities, and there is no doubt that such a history shall continue. If morals dictate what is right or wrong, then what corrects the morals? The regent asked. Onoki placed his chin on his palms. He did not see where this question was going. I would naturally assume that humanity does, Onoki said. If morals were within the eye of the beholder, then it would have had to come after the early settlers of human society had decided on these things. Honestly, it gave Onoki a headache to think about, but that was as Onoki imagined it. He didn't like sending out his people to kill, but it was a necessary evil for the peace of Iwagakure. Yet, morals are supposed to guide the human conscience. How can something you have made govern you conscious if it was you who determined what it maintained? Does the sun tell itself that it is wrong to be too hot for some people enough to burn their skin? Does the moon hold knowledge that its pull affects the waves which may end a sailor's life at any fleeting moment? The regent asked. Onoki released a sigh. The moon and sun are not sentient beings. Therefore, your claim leaves much to be desired, Onoki remarked. The masked individual behind him didn't answer, and Onoki didn't know it, but the regent had a small knowing smile on his face. He fingered the handle of his blade, Karura. Regardless, morals deemed by men are nothing more than the weak attempting to rein in what they fear too much to control. Now then, Tsuchikage Dono, I have other business to attend to. I bid you a farewell, the regent said. Onoki turned around in surprise, but he noticed that the man was already gone. Onoki took a chill breath and then leaned back in his chair. He wondered if this was really a good idea, but he could not have turned back now. Well, he could, but he didn't see a need to just yet. Iwagakure was still dealing with criminals, but Onoki was sure he could somehow make a benefit out of all of this chaos. If, and Onoki meant a very fine, if, the regent was telling the truth about what would happen and, if the whole world would truly be at war, then, Onoki was going to make sure that Iwagakure was a nation still standing. A knock on his door surprised Onoki before he ushered the person to come in. Yo, Gigi, you got some people from the daimyo's court here to see you. Something about a plan or something to do with Konoha, his granddaughter, Kuretsuchi, had come up and said. Onoki definitely didn't want to hear that. Sheesh, those guys in the council sure worked fast. Onoki wasn't expecting this for at least a couple of days from now or even a few days before the Chunin exams. This was much faster than he had anticipated. Still, that was well and good. At the very least he could get the needless pleasantries out of the way now rather than later. Tell them, I'll be right down, Onoki said. Today was a very odd day. I can't recall the feeling. I mean, I know I was mad. I was very mad, but, I don't know exactly what other emotions I was feeling. I guess, sadness. But, I don't feel that right now. Yuri said. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. So, it wasn't going to be as easy as he had wanted. Granted he had been expecting that. Still, it wasn't like Naruto was unfamiliar with dealing with his mental state. He still recalled the times when he had been trying to access Kurama's chakra. Getting angry was one thing, but getting angry enough to wish for someone's death was another. So what are you feeling right now? Naruto asked. Yuri quickly regained a smile that clearly warned Naruto that he more than likely shouldn't have asked. He raised an eyebrow when the redhead walked up to him. Well, I am feeling horny right now, Yuri commented. To Naruto's credit, the blush on his face wasn't as massive as it probably should have been. The young blonde watched his cousin swirl her little fingers over his shirt. She then sensually licked her lips. Yet, Naruto knew what she was doing and he hated that it was so effective. Even more, he wondered if Uzumaki marriage was so, what was the term the perv used for it? Cockblocking. Something like that. Enough, we gotta be serious here Datbeo. Naruto said. Yuri gave him a pleasant smile before she nodded. Yuri took a step back for a moment and thought it over. She grumbled and then breathed a lasting sigh. She closed her eyes. Naruto watched her and her lovely hair blow through the warm winds of their nations. I was angry. No, maybe that's the wrong word. I hated everything. I wanted to destroy everything. I hated how she mocked you. I hated how she trapped Sasama-san and Amaru-san down there along with perhaps thousands of others. I hated that I could do nothing but watch as Shizune-san and Ero Oji-chan were killed right in front of me. I hated that I was weak. Yet, most of all, I hated that she criticized how much I love you. I wanted to shut her up. I wanted to pay her back. I wanted her to feel what I felt. I wanted. Naruto watched and he slowly began to feel what the Sanbi had been talking about. He could feel her power rising. This was oddly similar to his own power, yet it was different in a very overwhelming manner. Naruto could even see the beginnings of silver hair combining with her own red hair. She really looked beautiful like that. I wanted to feel like I deserved you. I wanted to feel like I wasn't just someone lovesick little girl chasing after some stupid fantasy. I wanted to prove to her that my love for you was real, Datbayan. When you made love to me that night, it felt like I was on top of the whole world. Being with you has been one of the greatest joys of my whole life. I would like nothing more than to spend the rest of my life with you, maybe until you and I grow old or even if we stayed young forever until the end of time if this shinigami thing continues, but none of that would matter to me because I would have you in my heart, Yuri replied. Before Naruto could even respond, Yuri gasped as a blast of power surged through her. She panted for a moment and fell to her knees. Yuri, are you okay? Naruto asked. He slowly helped her up while Yuri gave another soft pant. That was almost it. She remembered that feeling from before. She almost had it. Ni-chan, that was it. I'm sure that was it. I was so close. I think I can, Yuri was surprised when Naruto grabbed her lovely face and pulled her lips to kiss his own. Yuri inhaled his manly scent and the two slowly parted away. Yuri's chest huffed in earnest and fervor. She looked into her lover's fantastic eyes when he settled them on her. No, Yuri-chan. I'm the one who needs to deserve you. You've been so good to me. You, Ka-chan, and Yuri-chan. I love the three of you so much that I couldn't take it if someone caused you pain. Never in all my life did I think I would have the three of you with me. I'm going to make sure to keep you all happy. I promise, Naruto remarked. Yuri gave her own smile and gently kissed Naruto's cheek. Naruto swiftly pulled them both up and rolled his arms. Now then, let's get back to it. Whether you know it or not, this is training for me too. I think we'll be leaving for Iwagakure at the end of the week. I want them to get blown away by your Yuri-chan, Naruto said. Now, with that having been said to her, Yuri wasn't one to disappoint. Well, why don't you show me how you do it? Maybe that'll give me a better feel for what I need to do, Yuri commented. Naruto supposed that wasn't a bad idea. Truth be told, he had wanted to do this ever since he had woken up back in the land of eddies. Perhaps it was because he had been used to this energy, but Naruto did feel off not being connected to the spiritual energy in the world. Well, it wasn't like he could ever be truly disconnected from it, but his mother had slowed the pace of his intake of the Honsho. It was probably time for Naruto to set his paces again. You got a point, Yuri-chan. Alright, I'll give it a shot, Naruto said. Granted, he still hadn't mastered this new form that the shinigami was trying to teach him. His mother had seemed to take to the form rather quickly, but it appeared that she hadn't been any closer than he had. Naruto supposed this was as good a time as any. Taking a couple of steps back, Naruto took a small breath. I suppose if I had to give it a feeling, then I would call it drowning. I feel like I'm drowning in an ocean of energy. I try not to let it overwhelm me, but I know if I make a mistake then it will. It's like trying to swim in a massive body of water, Datbeo. However, it's also like a fear of the unknown. I guess, try and feel like you're moving through the bottom of the ocean. Trying to keep your breath at the very bottom while feeling the world around you, Yuri gasped when she felt the aura which surrounded Naruto. Respect the danger, I guess, and understand my own weaknesses. She watched his hair lose its blonde color and it was slowly swallowed by a bright silver radiance. His clothes vanished away and Yuri suddenly felt a strange calmness seep into her body. Her eyes gazed at his form. Naruto, by his features, wasn't what women would call a beautiful man. No, Naruto had a more rugged feel to him. If girls though a guy looked cute, then Naruto was perhaps just handsome. As far as Yuri was concerned, she could see why Sasuke could be considered attractive to the girls in Konoha. He was from a prestigious clan, he was the best in the academy which fed the female fantasy of the perfect boy. Then there was the murder of his clan. He was like a fallen angel, brought down to the mortal world. He was probably the type of boy that, though he absolutely loathed it, had the face and body that, you just naturally wanted to take care of him. He was like the typical tragic yaoi scene from one of her favorite novels. Sayuri could see that, odd as it was. However, Naruto, her Naruto, had that rough exterior. He had the wild look about him. Naruto wasn't someone you could describe as cute. He was more like the one who could show a girl the wilder adventures which happened around the village. He was the type that was forbidden. A mystery of wonder and excitement and danger. For Yuri, that was so much more attractive to her. The fact that he was also her cousin, her family lit a fire in her body. Naruto was an uncontrollable bundle of male hormones which excited Yuri to no end. And let it fill you up. Now, he looked stunning. Yuri watched the wonderful cape of pure white energy surrounding him. The way it glided through the air from his own power was a marvel to her eyes. He was gorgeous. Neither cute nor handsome could become clever adjectives to describe him. Wait, what was an adjective? Anyway, Yuri really wished he were not in the marriage ceremony at the moment. She would have had him take her right here they stood. His hair was no longer spiky nor was it short anymore. It was so long. It reached at least down to his backside. His hair was so beautiful. It gained the pure radiance of life itself. Yet, Yuri could also see that this life and this radiance had a price. The trees and all the green around her started to fade away. Gone were their luscious green colors. Yuri slowly began to understand that Naruto used the life of the earth to sustain this form. Perhaps that was why he never used it very much. The young Uzumaki woman wondered if this was a lesson. Life was so precious when it stood to be lost. Then, there were his eyes. Oh, boy God, his eyes captured her with their silver look. It was like she was looking into the pureness of the moon which beamed in the skies at night. Yuri would look like that. Would she look like that vision of radiance and divinity? And then you accept that if you can use the life from around you to a better purpose, then you understand your circumstances. Naruto finished looking at him. Yuri was unable to speak, so Naruto spoke for her. His long hair and his white cape blew in the strength of the winds. What's wrong? I don't look that different, do I? You know, you have a better reaction than Ka-chan when she first saw this form. Kushina says it's like I dyed my hair, but you look like I just got a makeover. Naruto laughed and Yuri could feel aura even escape his vocals. Ni-chan, have you seen yourself lately? You're gorgeous. Yuri replied. Now Naruto had been called a lot of things in regards to his appearance, most of them unfriendly things, but no one had ever called him gorgeous. Naruto couldn't have looked that different. Naruto turned around. Each step he took sapped the life out of the earth. Naruto moved to a pond and he looked at his reflection. What the hell? Why do I have all this hair? Naruto asked. Yuri didn't know how her blonde lover could not have known about that. He seemed like he didn't even recognize himself. She watched Naruto touch his face. Yo Kurama, are you seeing this? I've never had this before. What's happening to me? Naruto asked out loud. The nine-tailed fox had, indeed, been seeing what Naruto was seeing. It had looked oddly similar to the transformation that had happened to him in the battle against the leader of the Akatsuki. Yet, it felt very different. One reason that it felt different was that the formerly red, now white, fox's fur wasn't accustomed to glowing this brightly. Yeah, I'm seeing it. You were probably drunk on the adrenaline of the moment, but I remember this form from your time against pain. You most likely don't remember it from then, but you do seem a bit different. I can't explain why though, Kyuubi said. Naruto continued to look himself over. He then turned back to Yuri. Naruto wasn't sure how to reply to this, so he just settled for giving her a shaky smile. Well, I guess it's something like this, Naruto replied. Yuri just slowly nodded. She wasn't sure she could do that, but she was more than willing to give it a shot. She turned around and began to walk back to the training area. The silver-haired blonde watched her go with a small smile on his face that slowly disappeared. The warmth in Naruto's eyes vanished without a trace. Naruto suddenly flexed his hands and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Slowly, the mask returned. The white mask which had covered half his face during his time in dealing with Morio. His once silver eyes now glowed with a black-red thickness. The jagged teeth of the mask along with its unwelcoming grin and grueling eyes stared at its reflection in the pond. Naruto raised his hand and dipped it into the water. Naruto offered a crooked smile.